we will start out. All of our board members are here and Superintendent Anderson. So next up is our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So, because it's a workshop, we cannot change our agenda. First up, we have a presentation from Kevin Johnson about changing over to LED lights. Let you take over.
Hopefully it'll show up. Good evening, everyone. Kevin Johnson, Buildings, Grounds, Technology for Red Wing School District. About 6 months ago, I think it was December, we presented a little bit more in depth than tonight, but this LED upgrade project, about 6-8 months ago already, something like that. I started looking into what we could do to cut costs a little bit, because pretty much all of our, there's about 20,000 of them in the district, light bulbs are getting to the point of the age where we're going to have to start replacing them. And I know the custodians and the maintenance are spending more and more time with ballast and things like that. So what can we do to save some money, whether it's maintenance or energy, in this case, both? So we came back that time, and the problem we had was how to finance it. Everyone liked the idea, but it was going to hurt our general budget, which obviously we don't want to do at this time. So we dug into that a little bit. We found some solutions for that. So tonight we're going to just briefly go over the project, what it would entail, how it would help students, staff, everyone basically. Jake, with the lighting specialist of retrofit companies, his company did the actual survey of maintenance that we're doing now and what the new bulbs would cost and what fixtures would have to go in, things like that. And then when we're all done, Jackie will share the financing that we worked with the Department of Ed on through LTFM, that we would be able to cover most of this with. So with that, I'm going to let Jake start to show off.
Thank you. Well, I'm Jake with the retrofit companies, not to be confused with Jake from State Farm. I think that's the last time I was here. So we got a very, just a basic presentation just to highlight some of the things. So this was a little bit of a delay, so maybe just focus on the screens in front of you. Really, like Kevin said, maintenance was a huge part. The newest building in the district is 27 years old. So as he said, there's, existing lighting systems beginning to start to see, failure at a pretty high rate. Some areas more than others. Areas like the auditorium is one area that is requiring some maintenance and more of a harder access area to address. Obviously then with staffing concerns and different things like that, the goal is if we can upgrade the lighting, then we can eliminate some of those tasks from that staff that's doing that. They can focus on other things that they're on their list of things to do rather than change light bulbs. Another goal was consistency. So obviously having consistent lighting solutions across the district is important. Addressing one school 1 year, waiting 3 years to address another school, you end up with an array of different technologies and different specifications, just as technology can change. And then oftentimes you might get a discontinued line and something like that. So then you end up with challenges of saying, well, hey, I got this fixture in stock. Well, this doesn't actually match up with this building. It's actually only matches up with this certain one. So you run into some challenges there of maintaining that system as time goes on. We really took a district-wide approach on this project. Obviously, energy efficiency, that's something that is a kind of an added bonus into maintenance. It's going to make the district more energy efficient. That's going to reduce electrical demand costs and overhead operational costs associated with maintaining that system.
And I was just going to add in there to your electrical costs. The electric lights in our district, by doing this, will cut in half the electricity we spend on lighting portion of it. So we'll get into the amounts a little bit later on, but this builds on all the other stuff we've been doing to try to be in front of the curve on energy efficiency, whether it's HVAC or solar fields out behind the building that actually generates 120% of what we use right now. Whether it's condensing boilers, all those types of things, they all add up, penny by penny. So.
Yeah, you guys have done a lot of energy projects in the past, is try to be as efficient as you can. Kevin, if you pull up that number at the last page there, what is the existing total cost for energy? That's a good.
Well, right here, 165,508 is what we spend on the lighting right now, and the 50% savings, about 85,000 a year forever.
In savings, just in energy alone. That doesn't include any maintenance costs associated with the system. Then obviously with Xcel Energy, you get rebates. They have rebate programs currently available for energy saving projects. This particular project estimated utility rebate is $211,000, $211,887.44. Over 200,000 in rebate money from Xcel Energy. That's pretty sizable from what we've seen across. That goes to, obviously they're incentivizing energy savings. When you get a reduction like that, that quantifies that value there. Another goal, eliminate hazardous waste. So obviously with fluorescent lighting, you have a mercury in your facility. Ballasts, some older fixtures will have PCB ballasts. So I've got too many of those around anymore, but some exterior fixtures sometimes have, the older ones have this PCB, which is a hazardous waste. Mercury is a waste stream that's kind of a hassle to get rid of. You got talking to Alan earlier, it was compiling all the bulbs, having somebody come and pick them up and recycle them. So there is a cost and obviously a work that goes into that as well. And obviously reducing some of that stuff is a good safety reduction as well. So. Other project goals, going green. So Kevin mentioned some other projects you guys have rolled out through the years. Obviously, this is going to positively engage with the community and how you guys are investing in your facilities to have that green initiative, which a lot of people find important. I was going to promote that environmentally friendly facilities, as well as really just promote that connection with the community. The community uses your facilities almost as much as just for school-related things. So especially in areas like gymnasiums, stuff like that, the ice arena, those are heavily used by the community. So it's obviously it's a feel-good story when you have that green initiative that you guys are supporting and investing in. Long-term impact. So install long-lasting LED technology. So majority of this project is specified to have new LED fixtures. Usually with LED, you have two options. You can put an LED bulb in, or you can put a fixture in. And the fixtures are rated to last over 30 years. In comparison, a lamp version, which we did go down that road and look at, is about a 15-year solution. So it's a long-term solution. And how they rate that, they rate the LED fixtures. So once the light depreciates 30%, that's what they call the lumen life. So the lumen life rating is 30 years, lighting will only depreciate 30%. So unlike a fluorescent, after about an 8-year window, that depreciates over 50%. So it's a long-term solution. Also, then the maintenance that goes along with that is reduced because you have the fixtures that last a long time. Other things that we talked about as goals for this project is just the educational setting alone. Implementing LED lighting technology is going to enhance the learning environment. There's a lot of white papers out there, studies about the effects of LED on an environment, whether that's a production facility that's increasing the worker efficiency, or in a school system that could essentially increase test scores. Also, getting rid of the fluorescent technology you currently have, it eliminates the fluorescent flicker. So if you ever have anybody that says, hey, I get a headache, this lighting is the buzz that some of us may not notice, or the flicker that some of us won't notice, is prevalent to some, more than others. So LED bulbs don't have that option. They still have a little bit of flicker, whereas the new fixture solutions that we put together here eliminate the flicker. In addition to that, there's other benefits beyond just the savings and the efficiency. Studies show that 90% of the people on the autism spectrum are particularly sensitive to external sensory stimulation, with bright lights being the issue of great concern. Just speaking to that, part of this project is upgrading all of these special ed classrooms to a full color tunable lighting. This changes not only the dimness from bright to low to dim, it also brings from white to blues to green. It's the full RGBW, red, greens, blues, whites, and the full spectrum of color. It's going to give the teachers control of the classroom, being able to adjust that light on demand. Obviously, blue is kind of the favorite color in those rooms. It's a very calming color, but they can experiment with different things at different times, engage the kids in those classrooms to figure out what kind of light, how it makes them feel. And Sherry, I don't know if you have anything you care to add. You're also ultimately the specialist here, so on the topic. So
Faribault had a chance to do this a while ago, and I was able to talk to their director, and the teachers just absolutely rave about it at this point. The teachers have the ability to control the color choice, but also the intensity of that color through an iPad application at the door. And for students, like Jake mentioned, students with autism or other emotional struggles, the lighting in the classroom impacts their sensory needs. And we can't get to their emotional needs unless we handle their sensory needs, and we can't get to their academic needs until we handle the emotional needs. So you see kind of one right after the other. The flicker is a really important piece for a lot of our students. They cannot focus. Many of them have processing issues already, and that just puts another barrier between them and the learning. So it's not all of the special education classrooms. We prioritize classrooms in each building with the administrators in that building and the teachers. So we're really hoping that can be part of the project. Thank you.
And I think maybe last time we shared a video from Faribault. A couple of the teachers did a kind of a case study on how they're using the lights and how it's affecting the situation. Definitely encourage you to check that out again. But
yeah, just for clarification, that was at a committee meeting when that video was shown.
Finance committee.
Or finance.
okay, oh, thank you. So,
Finance operations.
Finance operations.
I don't remember that video.
What's that operation?
Thank you.
Operations, yeah.
So I think some have seen it, but not everybody. But to Sherry's point, though, so that's where we just had direct feedback from the teachers is really what is really the value piece of that. But yeah, just really just giving that environment flexibility, getting rid of the curtains on the lights, things like that aren't always ideal. And then really the last slide here, as you go to the last part, really, if we do nothing at this point, the estimated cost to replace and maintain the current fluorescent system over the next 30 years is about $1.7 million. So upgrading to the new LED fixtures, it's going to obviously reduce that operating cost, the maintenance cost, and also really a long-term investment, out-of-pocket investment in this project, little over 1.8 million.
And the actual cost to have to do nothing, we spent a boatload of time making sure that was accurate. We went pulled numbers, receipts, bulbs we bought, all that kind of stuff. And his team crunched all those numbers to make sure that if anything, it's conservative.
Yeah, so it's definitely. I mean, we wanted it to be as accurate as we could, and Recticon do it where it's that savings piece. So the over $85,000 a year saved in energy savings alone, and then beyond just the other benefits that we talked about.
And that's what told me is it's $85,000 forever, but as Jackie will talk to, for the 15 years you have to pay for this, it's only $129,000 lifetime difference. So after I saw these numbers, to me it was pretty obvious what the right path should be anyway, at least in my opinion. So that, Jackie, you want to just go over how we make this all work?
Sure. So in your packet, you had two debt service scenarios that Baker Tilly ran for us. We met, I think it was in January, with the Department of Ed, Sarah Miller from LTFM. because we are doing something kind of different, and we'd like to use LTFM bonds to fund a good portion of this project, because it is LTFM expenses we'll be saving. So LTFM can cover the ballasts and the electrical work and basically everything but the light bulbs and the color tuning for the special ed rooms. If we sell, so the debt service, I'm going to look at the 15-year, if you guys want to pull that up. We're looking.
And I think I should clarify too, the reason we went with the full fixture was it made it perfectly clear with the department that we're not just putting bulbs and stuff like that, because the bulbs are a huge part of the project. So that's why we went with a full new fixture rather than just pulling out a bulb and putting it in with a 15-year life, and 10 or 15 instead of a 30.
Yeah, so we made our case to the Department of Ed that this is truly a maintenance need, at least for the ballasts and the fixtures. And they will allow us to do that with LTFM bonds. And then we have capital facilities bonds, which would come out of operating capital, which would fund the remainder, the special ed color tuning, and then the actual light bulbs. So the facilities maintenance portion is 1.68 million, and then the capital facilities portion is 240,000. So we break it up like that. We've done these bonds that have been broken up like this before for the track and the tennis courts. These are a little dated, so I'm not sure the interest rates will hold up when we go out to sale. Interest rates are climbing right now, but this should give you a picture of what it would look like. So the debt service on the entire $1.9 million bond is on the following page. And then it breaks it out into what is the facilities maintenance portion. So approximately 140,000 would come out of our LTFM every year to pay for this bond.
Which one are you on?
I am on the fifth.
1,920,000, 1,680,000.
I'm on the 1,680,000 right now in the 15-year option. Do you want me to share my screen with that? If Kevin will stop, I will start.
I have it pulled up in the packet, but I just don't know if I can share it. If you have to share it, then I can make sure
Yeah.
mine's the same.
All right, I'm gonna pull this up full screen here. So I am on. So this is just what would come out of long-term facilities maintenance. We always have to prepare to pay 105% of any debt service due that year. So the payment that would actually come out when we pay it is this column. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Yeah. This column here, the new debt service. We'd want to make sure we had a fund balance of at least this much in long-term facilities maintenance aid. The next column just shows how much revenue we would have available that year, and that we have we have revenue above and beyond that for other things that we may need as well. So that would be what would come out of the long-term facilities maintenance fund balance every year. The next page here is the 240,000. This would be the portion that would come out of operating capital. So the first 3 years, we still have the bond we sold. You remember the year? But it was for to resurface the track and the tennis courts is what that original bond was for. That's the existing debt service here. We have been paying for that out of operating capital. We'll continue to pay for that out of operating capital until that is paid off. And once that is paid off, the operating capital payments go down to about $20,000 a year. Again, our operating capital revenue projected more than covers that. So this would not come out of our general fund unassigned fund.
And the reason we need to split that up is, so you know why we're not doing it all out of LTFM is we can't, LTFM dollars, it's maintenance and repair. We're not allowed to do the improvements for the special needs areas that we're doing. That's why we have to do some of those.
Or the light bulbs.
There's no light bulbs at this project.
Oh, okay.
The 240, what are the?
It's just the all special ed. Okay.
Just a question on the finance part too.
Yeah.
we talked about $211,000 rebate, is that factored into the 160?
Mhm.
And then the 240, yeah, that we, after the fourth year, we get down to 20,000 if we don't do anything else,
Correct.
which we
We could.
probably need to
Mhm.
at some point.
Yeah, that would be the status quo, if we stayed status quo. Are there any questions on the financing? So you'll see the financing projected sale date is October 1st. Because these are LTFM bonds, they would have to go through the LTFM revenue approval cycle we usually do in the summer before we would be able to sell them if that is the direction the board wishes to go. If we wanted to do this project this summer while school is out, we would have to cash flow it and reimburse ourselves until the bonds are sold.
Is there risk in doing that, but if bonds wouldn't sell, or you can
Is that a standard thing?
just, yeah,
I have only had, for a traditional school district, the bonds will typically sell. I have only had it one time where the bonds, where when we went out to sell bonds, the market rate was more than the school board wanted or could handle, where we denied the sale and went out again in a couple weeks.
And a couple weeks later was good.
It was good. Yeah. Yeah, it was just, it's market timing sometimes.
I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear on this. All the repayment of these bonds would come back through the long-term facility maintenance, would not be anything special that we would levy against the property owner other than the existing long-term facility maintenance.
Correct.
And
Nothing extra.
the savings that we're projecting, where does that end up? Just in
The general fund.
Or is any of that being used towards this?
That would end up in the buildings and grounds budget for the energy that we pay.
Yeah, in the general fund.
And for those first 15 years, obviously, the 85 is going to help us offset the 140 we're paying in extra in LTFM. But after that period, then it could go back into the general fund to do whatever is appropriate at the time. Did I say that correctly?
The other reason to not wait till October 1st would be the interest rates are climbing.
Right.
So instead of waiting till, what is gonna, nobody has a crystal ball, what the rates are gonna be in October, but everything's trending higher right now in March. Inflation hasn't slowed down.
Correct.
So,
But if we have to go through the LTFM approval cycle in July, or they can't be LTFM bonds, is my understanding.
but can you finance it, start finance it now, go through that in July? And you have to wait till July.
I have to wait till July till you approve our LTFM plan for the next year. And MDE approves our LTFM plan for the
Can't
next
start
year.
earlier. We have to wait till July. We can buy it, we can do it in July once it's approved,
Right.
just go through the process in October.
Well, it might, if everything goes smoothly, maybe it's September, but we can't sell it before MDE approves our LTFM plan in July.
And whatever the interest rate is at that time. Is that right?
Yeah, whatever the market interest rate is, because these bonds would be sold then on the securities market, and so it's whatever the securities market would give us at that time.
Is MDE pretty timely on approving these things?
Yeah,
They're very good.
yeah.
Okay, good.
Is there any estimate of what the change in our payback would be if the interest rate was, say, 1% higher and 2% higher?
Have we run that? I haven't seen that.
I don't think we ran it that way.
The reason I ask is because these look like numbers with today's market or possibly last fall's market. And even if interest rates from the Fed go up 0.25%, I think we're probably in for a much larger number. And I'm just curious what effect that would have on this whole package.
We can look at that number, yeah.
So at the end of the day, what's our return on investment? Like how long are we gonna see that how long is it gonna take to see that $85,000 a year savings?
You'll see that as soon as the fixtures are all put in.
And how long does that take? Is that like a 3-month?
If it was a summer install with no kids, I mean, we could, assuming we got going June-ish, say, we've done by before school started. So
Couple months.
within a couple months, they would start to be needed.
And do we anticipate any other major projects coming up that we're gonna be really stuck if we do this project, but we,
No, because we've been building up our LTFM reserves for several years now, knowing that we do have some of these bigger ones coming, like the running track, some of that stuff, that we would, when we bring our updated LTFM to you, we would have this then built into projections moving forward, so we can make ends meet,
so we're not gonna be out of luck if we need a new roof or there's a tornado that comes through. Well, I know we've got insurance, but something catastrophic comes up, we're still able to make ends meet and fix everything we need to fix.
You never know what's gonna come down.
Well, I know.
But,
As it looks.
I just look at, we're gonna have some possibly in our department, a little short-term pain possibly here and there, but when you look at what the savings is for 30 years.
It's kind of a
I'm trying to
no-brainer, I
look
see that,
long-term
but
what's
I
best.
just don't want to put us in, make a decision, put us in peril, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, we don't have to change the lights, we don't have to do this. Is it a good investment? Absolutely.
We don't have to do it, but the thing to keep in mind is I'm holding off on replacing bulbs right now because we'll wait and see where this goes. And over that whole 30-year period, you're only talking 129,000 difference, whether we just maintain it or if we replace it. So it really isn't a lot of price difference long-term, but that 85,000 goes on forever if we do the replacement. To me,
Or
that's,
maybe even more.
to me,
who
that's
knows
the
what
big
30
difference.
years is gonna bring. Awesome, thank you.
What do you expect our maintenance fund balance to be at the end of this fiscal year?
I want to say it's right around $1 million right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I know this came before the committee and it's here, and I know that I've heard all the pros for doing it all at once. And certainly there's a lot to be said for that, but there's also something to be said for doing it building by building, because if we do it all at once here now, 15 years from now, every one of our buildings is gonna have a 15-year-old technology in it. And things keep evolving, and I don't know, maybe this won't evolve much more in LED lighting. Maybe there'll be a lot of stuff, but overall, I think it's good to stagger some of this along, but I don't quite know how the financing can work right. And this is a massive project. I'm all 100% behind replacing and upgrading our electrical equipment, but I'm just a little skeptical about doing it all because of what it might mean 10 years from now, because we pinned ourselves in the corner because we just did this. We haven't got a return on our investment for what we did now, but we really wish we would have waited a couple more years because we could have this. So I like the idea of doing some each year, if there's a way to do it.
If you don't mind, I could speak to the technology a little bit. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball or anything, but really about 2013, LED became more prominent, and then it's been, they've been squeezing wattage out. So it went from like a 60-watt incandescent to like a 40-watt LED. Now it's down to like a 9-watt comparison to a 60 to a 9-watt. But over the last 3 years, it's really gone down like 1 watt maybe. It's kind of like I maximize the wattage savings. But one with the fixture option, which we specify, the future of lighting is in the controls. And that's touching on a little bit with Sherry's tunable lighting in the special ed rooms. That's the ability to control not only like the functionality, but also like the timing, and that's where we call it future proofing for that reason. So when you have fixtures, all these fixtures can be added controls to later. So if you want to get in, maybe upgrade later, you have the opportunity then to add more occupancy, daylight harvesting, different things like that can squeeze out more energy savings. But the technology itself, again, I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't know that they're going to have anything different from like LED. It'll just be more controllability of it all. is what I'm seeing, just in the set, I guess, 10 years that I've been doing this, is kind of what I've seen with the LED trend. So just take that for what it's worth.
So in every room, including general ed and special ed, are their wall controls gonna be similar? Only the ones with students with special needs, those will have a little bit more controls.
Correct, so they're gonna be same controls as they currently have in most all the other rooms,
Yeah.
as of way it's specified. And then the special ed rooms are the rooms that Sherry selected as being part of that group. Those would have existing switching like it has now, but then we also mount an iPad to the wall and secure it and lock it. So that's the additional controls, and you can also use other app-based on your phone or mobile tablets as well. But all the switching will have an on-off normal, and then you have the ability then later, if you had an area where you wanted to add a different control or a different sensor, you could. The fixtures will allow
So you'll be able to add the coloring to 7 other
it. You will
rooms
not,
if you want?
you won't be able to add that because that's a true, like the diodes themselves in the fixture are actually all those multiple colors.
Okay,
So you can get a bigger spectrum on those specially designed fixtures. So you wouldn't be able to do the color, but you could go dimming or occupancy on off or partial dimming. So say you had an area where it was sunny, you had put a daylight harvesting sensor in there. So if the sun's shining in, the lights automatically go down to like 30%, wherever you set it at. And then if it gets dark, it ramps back up. So you have some of that ability to do later. We didn't include anything elaborate in this just for the sake of, you had basic controls in a lot of rooms, but just something that the controllability of a fixture solution compared to any alternate is kind of the way I see the future going with the LED.
So what kind of warranty is on this technology and subsequent ongoing tech support? Because I would imagine, I mean, is that something you train people here to do, or are we constantly calling you if we have any device issues? How does that work?
We got a good question. So all LED material has a 5-year warranty. Materials covered 100%. And we will commission all of the more elaborate controls. So we will set it up, help the teachers get it all set up in their rooms, how they want it, with some presettings. You can set up different styles of things. So if there's issues down the road, as those first 5 years, you call us, we streamline that process. So you don't have to deal with vendors or distribution. It just comes right through us. And we're based out of Owatonna. It was our 30th year. So we've had a pretty good network of partners that we work with that also like the brands that we specified here, Lithonia Heavy, which is one of the top tier brands product out there. So we have good relationships there too.
So what happens after that 5-year warranty is up? Are we, how does that work? Are we charged by the hour, by the year for your ongoing technical support, or how does that work?
It would be a ton of materials if we needed them, but a lot of the stuff we have electrician, we can still do it in-house depending on what it is. I know, for instance, River Bluff, they've got different controls because part of their building is LED to start with. And we've got spare controls, so you just set it to the address, put it in, and an electrician can do that in-house. So I would expect something like that. And that, to me, you know me, I'm consistent. I like everything the same. So if you had basically one light fixture, a control, and maybe I'm not sure what all the piece there is, but one of each of those, we'd have backup for anywhere in the district that we could take care of with that small of an inventory. So
I just know expensive systems can be expensive to fix sometimes too, so,
absolutely.
yeah.
So we're projecting $1.6 million or whatever kind of amount of money to do this. Is this a bid project or whatever? How is this relationship working with you? Who's getting paid what and how, or do we manage it and then we bid it, or what takes place?
This is a project that the cooperative purchasing venture through all the co-ops have done. They've gone down, done the legwork, wrote the specifications, got the bids, all that kind of stuff. So that's why it doesn't go out the bid. It's already been pre-bid, so the schools can take advantage of that through our cooperative.
And this is through
Southeast Service. Southeast Service.
So,
Jake talked about if it started like in June, you do June, July, and August would be a time frame to get it done. Do we have to wait till we get approval of the bonds before we can turn a wrench? So I mean, how can you do it in November, December, January when school is session?
And you can't do it earlier until the NDE signs off.
But she's already
Back
told
to
us.
Sarah Millet. She's already told us they will approve it.
She's already told us that they would approve it, we just need to jump through each of the hoops now. But like Jackie said, if we do it before that, then we would have to cash flow it in-house until we get those funds.
Yeah, that's where we take a little risk if we start it before the MDE approval.
So can we cash flow it in June, or would we still wait till July?
Well, we wait till November till it got approved, sounds like.
Not the debt, does, we have to wait till the debt gets approved, just our plan is approved at the Department of Ed. And we usually do that in June, July timeframe. We could look at if we wanted to do that earlier,
Yeah, we can do that.
but move that up in our schedule.
Well, you can just wait till December.
The
You can just wait till
10-year
January,
LTFM
December,
plan.
February to get paid.
It's an option.
We don't charge a nickel till it's done.
Any other questions? Oh, sure.
How much would the system have cost 1 year ago?
Well, Kevin, I think we had numbers initially. I don't think with the cooperative purchasing contract, a lot of that stuff's safe, it's secured in the contract, so we don't have as much of the issue with we gotta own that. I mean, that's part of that, having that contract, is that we gotta offer, the stability. So some LEDs come down in price, obviously, with the headache now is really just getting the material. It's sourcing.
Labor.
And then labor, but labor, we have a side note, I'll touch on that in a sec, but the source, getting in a timely manner is more of the headache than anything, not really the cost. Right now, we're seeing about an 8-week lead time on material. So that's why, if you're thinking June, July, an April decision would be awesome, and then we get stuff rolling, get stuff ordered, and then come July, when we get material, we can mobilize. And then to speak to the labor portion, Kevin introduced us to Parker, who does work in your district here, Red Wing. So they're willing to partner up on this and do as many hours of the install as they possibly can. So we got local electricians working it, as well as, it's a big enough job, we'll need to have our crew and their crew. But he said he'll take as many hours as he possibly can, because he's got a working relationship with Kevin.
Yeah, I asked them to do as much local as we can, and Andy with Parker is committed to quite a bit of it, and if there's others who can work with you, that would be fine too. So.
Yeah.
How long a project would this take, you estimate?
With no kids.
But no kids, it could be a summer project.
8 weeks, 12 weeks?
I'm gonna say 12.
That's a full summer.
Yeah. But one thing with schools is, we've done a lot of them, and, when they're open, you can really go fast. When you're working around things and events, we would just coordinate, some of that work to be in gyms that are being used for practices and stuff. We just would coordinate, with Alan and with Kevin, and, not with the ice arena. I don't know if the ice ever comes out of there, so it does, so then we can get in there then. When there's not hockey season, which I don't know if there is a non-hockey season now anymore, but so we're very flexible that way. It's really just, until we know, hey, we're not gonna show up with half the stuff and be like, okay, now we're out of here for a while. We want to ensure we have at least one building's worth of stuff. We mobilize, get to that building most efficiently, in and out of there as much as we can, as fast as we can.
How long are those cooperative bid prices valid for?
We just renewed, so we're on due for the next 3 years. It's good. But there are times when, every year every few years, there's a conversation every year saying, how you doing with this? And usually it's, but we had that just revisited, we renewed in December. So.
The worst case scenario, let's suppose we said yes to the project, and we got approval from the state to use bonds, but in October, the bond prices are or the interest rates are 3 points higher. I mean, would we, and we say, no, that's too much. Can we just write the check out of a deferred maintenance fund balance?
We could. We would run it in the hole for a couple of years, but we can do that.
And then we can bring it back.
Yeah, you'd go negative, but then we'd have to start bringing it back, watching what we do for projects now.
Could you bond part of it? That scenario.
Yes.
Anything's possible, yeah.
So what does our timeline look like for needing to approve this? Like, this is a workshop, of course, so we're not voting on anything today, but what would be the timeline for making a final decision on this and moving forward? What are you looking at for that?
If we're gonna do it this summer, like Jake said, we'd have to do it fairly soon.
2 weeks.
And we can still get the stuff in time.
All right. Any other?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
One last question, I guess. Are we looking at Jefferson School too?
No.
Good answer.
Cobble,
That's a good answer.
Good answer.
Cobble, it includes Cobble.
Cobble's included.
Pardon?
Cobble is included.
Cobble's included. Jefferson's the only one that would not be part of it.
And however you know.
Not Tower because we don't own it.
Okay. So I believe next we have Ann Robertson to talk about some operating levy referendum planning.
And then Jackie might be a resource as well.
Don't go too far.
Don't go too far. Don't run.
Ms. Robertson, are you on the call?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Good to see everybody. Obviously, my focal point right now is the communications. And just so that the community, anybody who's listening understands that we'll not be, can you hear, are you hearing okay? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Obviously, we put together a whole list of dates, which we shared with you in the past, and some of those are Minnesota statutory dates. So May 23rd, when the legislature adjourns, that's only then is the district going to know, what, if any, levy legislation and what school finance legislation is passed. So, but in preparation for the potential, a potential fall 2020 referendum, we want to that Rhode Public Schools is here to educate everyone, and that means people of all ages and abilities. And we provide community members with everything from early childhood programs to estate planning classes, and of course, our solid K-12 foundation for our students, so they will be lifelong learners. And getting out our message is one of our long-term initiatives, regardless of a referendum vote. And a key component for 2022 and beyond is going to be our newly created ISD 256 Speakers Bureau. And we have assembled a list of more than 30 potential presentations that we'll make available to various service clubs and community groups and organizations. Of course, will come after spring break. Our speakers have a passion, obviously, for their individual areas of education or expertise. They're there to share that passion, but they're also being directed to make a connection. And part of that is, as everyone knows, Red Wing is aging, and 65 to 70% of our households have no direct connection anymore to our K-12 schools. So we need to provide the connection, and that's part of what the Speakers Bureau members are going to be working on. They also need to demonstrate that we're delivering on our promises from the last referendum and also the 2013 referendum, and that This includes everything from technology to curriculum, fiscal responsibility, nutrition, the list goes on, and then obviously answer questions, which so that our communication with them is a dialogue. Just so that we've already had 4 presentations in recent weeks. These and many more are going to be charted so that we can see what groups they're going to, taking advantage, who's not taking advantage of our bureau, and then kind of what programs have sparked the most interest. And, obviously our goal is that the Speakers Bureau will just be a starting point for ongoing community conversation and education. Eventually we'll, incorporate many different other aspects of technology. But, my main question and purpose for being here today is kind of to give you an update on where we're at with that Speakers Bureau. But I wanted to give you a chance to provide some feedback on some additional communication that all of you would like to see as we wait between now and a potential vote in June.
I have one just comment, maybe. One of the things that was super helpful the last time we had a referendum was we had individual meetings to talk about specific talking points for each school board member, because we obviously can't go out and campaign yes, or yes, anything, but we, to have specific bullets or talking points for each one of us, because we get questions at church and at the grocery store and at Quick Trip, and just so that we're having a consistent message across the board here as well, I think would be super helpful.
Okay, great. I'll start working on that. Obviously, we'll have to fine tune those once we know what it might be, the parameters of the referendum.
I also would be interested, I wrote this down on a sheet of paper, but, as you're having these speakers and speaking engagement, are there specific trending questions or concerns that people are bringing up that we could somehow bring back to the board and address to either address the issues or solve the problems, or, because I think we need to be responsive to the community in terms of what they're seeing and feeling in the community, if they're not feeling engaged or connected to, obviously we can put a plan in place for that, or if they have specific concerns about the crosswalk or the busing, or, what are the main issues that people are concerned about and how can we address those? Because I think that's going to go a long way in building rapport and trust with our community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's kind of why I wanted them to track those, answer those questions, and keep in mind that communication is that dialogue. So we need, there's going to be questions that they're not going to be able to answer, but that doesn't, there's nothing wrong with saying, I can't answer that, but I will bring this back to, to the person who can, and then you need to have a list of some of those things so that we can talk about it directly at the board meeting. Yep.
Anyone else have anything to add?
And you guys are all welcome to be on the Speakers Bureau if you'd like.
That would be very helpful, actually, especially as Pam said, if we have talking points, and not only for board members, but for the presenters, for staff members. We all need to understand what's happening. But board members with their presentations with presidents as well.
I'll do it. I could do it too.
On our last referendum, we paid a firm to study our community and information on how likely we were to pass a referendum of X amount of dollars, a number of dollars, and different things for information prior to a decision on what we were going to ask the public for. Would there be any merit in doing that, or is that something more we should reserve for another year or how should that be? Out there, because that was some information we had prior to deciding the amount of money we were gonna ask.
Right now with current levy limits established by the state, we have very little wiggle room in terms of increasing the dollar amount. So right now, we have not been planning on hiring a company to do that kind of work for us. That could change if it does not pass this year, and we have to go back out after next year. But right now, I'm assuming that we're not going to spend the money on that. We'd be more than willing to do it if board members thought that was important.
Yeah, I remember Arlen mentioning that and that being done. And the Yes Committee was involved in that too. But I think we have Ann on board now. We didn't have her before. Communication part of it. So I think we should utilize that position that we approved, being Ann. Yeah, you can put me down for a speaker too, but I kind of want to wait until after that May 23rd date to see what we're looking for, what we're going to receive, and go from there. But I'm in favor of it, of looking at referendum on an election year, and that's what we're doing. That's why we're doing it now. So, you know, we're not going to know. You're right, man. We're not going to have it. We may not have the answers to the questions asked when a speaker is talking to a group. There's nothing wrong with saying, I don't know that answer. I'll get the answer and come back. I'll find it out, and we'll get back to you. And there's nothing wrong with that. The governor got elected in 1998 by saying that. So, just to make sure if you guys and so yeah, no, I think it's good if board members want to step up and put time in as a speaker.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Ann. Keep moving on this.
And I would just like to say, Ann, reach out to us. If you see anything specific that we know that we could help you with. So if you call me or if you call Anna about something that she does specific for the school board, like she works with the
Student school board?
Student school board, like, you know, different things that we all could kind of capitalize on and our strengths as part of our presentation. I think that would be great.
Thank you very much, and will do.
Thank you. All right, good thing you didn't go very far. We're up to budget reconciliation.
So tonight I'm just providing an update on the timeline. We are planning to present our reconciliation plan at the next board workshop on April 4th. We have some preliminary work that has been done already, but we are waiting for the decision on transportation because that will change our recommendation. So that's kind of what's holding it up right now. But principals are working on reductions for class size to get us back within our class size targets and things like that at the moment.
Can you explain what will be part of the plan that we presented on April 4th? Will it be a specific list of reductions, or will it be more general targets?
It will be a list of reductions along with some additional revenue that wasn't in the original plan that we are now projecting.
Can you bring back at that April meeting if we met the reductions of the past year?
Mm-hmm.
And if we not, we need to know that.
Okay.
If we have, great. See where we're at, because I know we proved more than what we needed.
Right.
So.
Right. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, policies. So, I believe all of the policies that were on our list had like some really minor red lines to them as MSBA reviews them. And just, I don't remember if we mentioned this at the last workshop, but there are about, I think like 30 more policies that MSBA has some little minor adjustments to, you know, like the name of or the number of the state statute that it refers to or things like that. So as we work through our list, those will kind of be added in. these were already part of the plan even before we knew that there were adjustments to these ones, but yeah. What else would you say about that? We can go through the list. So policy 601 is school district curriculum and instruction goals. Does anybody have comments, concerns, questions about that?
Are there any proposed changes on that one?
There are, it's very minimal. There's a red line as an extra in the packet. So not in like that PDF of all of the stuff, but when you go to the extras, each one is included. It's really minimal. I don't know if I have it up on my. Ms. Tower, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I did have a chance to kind of look through them, and I was quite shocked in a good way that there weren't that many changes. It was, you know, word changes like the word which to then or which to, it was real, I was pleased with the fact that there weren't that many changes and it was pretty clear and the way it should be. So I was glad to see that.
Oh, yes, and thank you. Lisa clarified 601 and 602 are only like just review. Those ones didn't have changes. 603 is the first one that has changes added to it.
Those minor changes like Polly just
Yeah.
referred to.
So again, 601 is, let's go back to it, school district curriculum and instruction goals. There are no specific things for that one. The next policy is 602, which is organization of school calendar and school day. It's pretty much just our state statutes, not specific to, you know, what date the school year starts on or anything like that. It's just the kind of number of days. 603 is curriculum development, and that is one that had a red line, just changing. So instead of saying MinStat, it says Minnesota statute section. So pretty minimal. That same kind of correction made throughout. Mr. Anderson was saying that MSBA has a different legal team looking at them, so they have, you know, just some slightly different expectations of things like that. And then in the legal references, there are a couple that are crossed off, redlined out. I'm assuming that, you know, that one is no longer applicable and there's a new number in there. So. I'll just keep moving through them. If you please stop me if you have any particular things you want to discuss about them. 604 is instructional curriculum. And this is also based on our state standards. And for that one, the red line is also spelling out Minnesota and statute. Also striking under item G, there was for all students in grade beginning 2014-2015 school year and later, which should be struck out because we're obviously beyond that. And that was when those standards were put in place. They were kind of mid-year. And then changing a school or district to the school district. So really minimal, just language changes. Moving on. 605, alternative educational services. This one, the red line, instead of programs, it's educational services. So that is adjusted throughout there. Added in a paragraph that responsibility, paragraph A, is new and or changed significantly. And so then the subsequent letters change. So that's a pretty short policy. What's next? 606, textbooks and instructional materials. The red line for that is changing which to that. And again, just updating a few names of specific acts and legal statutes. 607, organization of grade levels.
This is one policy that we need to change because Sunnyside will be an early childhood through grade 1 school for the upcoming school year. So we'll bring that up at the subsequent meeting.
So put that probably on the April 4th meeting to vote to approve that. Most of the rest of that policy is like state definitions, but our specific how we broke out the schools changed. 608, instructional services, special education. For that one, changing some of the language. So person first language, where instead of saying disabled children, we say children with a disability. It prioritizes that they are children with a disability, not prioritizing the disability portion of their being. That's, I think, the only change on that one. And that's it. Anybody have any things they want to bring up about any of those policies? All right, if not, any other topics to discuss? Do we want to, since legislative and policy is part of this workshop, do we want to talk about our priorities with the legislators who are coming? Briefly, we have the letters from MSBA and.
You like right now to get ready for that meeting?
Good.
I could give you a little overview of what I went to last week. I went to the virtual day at the Capitol, and MSBA put it on. Their Director of Government Relations, Denise, and her Assistant Director, Kim, I think her name was, invited Senator Melissa Hortman, who is a Democrat, and Senator Duckworth, who's a Republican, to come and speak to school board members virtually to talk about issues that they're going to be pushing for and hoping to get to an omnibus bill at the end of the session. And some of the budget issues were brought to us by Terry Yetter. She's the Director of Minnesota Finance, MDE School Director of Minnesota Finance Division. She had a lot of charts. So what I know is there's a surplus, and right now the Democrats are trying to work a way to get that surplus money to go towards education, to fund it equitably and equally. And Republicans, and I'm saying this in this context, but they're really pushing for a tax break. And can't do both? Maybe, I don't know. So that's kind of where it's headed, but Senator Duckworth, who's a Republican, said that he's hoping that they will find some middle ground with this and be able to take care of the cross subsidy in special education and in ELL. We don't have it as high in ELL in Red Wing, but in the metro, it's extremely high. So there's just a lot of hurdles with the surplus, because with the inflation right now, money back in people's pocket is a pretty important thing. And with education coming off of a pandemic, still in a pandemic, and with the amount of needs that families and children have, that's a priority. So it's a matter of balancing those two things, and I don't know where, Mike and Barb fall in all of that, but it'll be good to ask them, where they're headed in those kind of supports. Let's see. The governor is gonna propose quite a, significant amount of money for a revised education bill, 789 million, towards some education needs, and so that will become part of that conversation as well. Anybody ask any questions if you have, because I have these notes, but I don't necessarily know what you have, if I can help you with anything.
I did quick math in my head. 780 million is about 8% of the $9.3 billion surplus. Just to kind of put it in.
Okay, thank you, yeah.
Oh,
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that was quick. Yeah, obviously, their legislatures, there's 201 legislatures plus the governor of the state, and everybody's asking them for everything because of the $9-point-something billion surplus. I can remember it was $5 billion deficit. So I think we should let them know on a couple of things that we do. Those two things that you mentioned, I think are the two that we should focus on. You can keep asking, it's just like your child. But at the end of the day, they're gonna present bills, both House and Senate are gonna present bills, the governor's gonna present it. They're gonna go in the back room, 8 or 10 of them, and figure out what they're gonna do. I mean, that's how it works, to be honest. And so I think if we just let them know that this is the time now to look at that special ed funding, that cross, whatever it's called.
Subsidy.
Cross subsidy, and any type of additional formula that they could put towards the education equally around the state, everybody gets it. I think we should do that. But if we ask for, you want this and that, they'll get lost. So whether or not, what they've talked to, I'm sure Mike has probably talked to Senator Duckworth, you said her name was?
Yes.
Or his name?
Yep.
Excuse me.
It's from Casey's or Lake.
So I'm sure he can talk to him, and Barb's probably has talked on the House side there too. So you got a mixed, a split legislature, Democrats in the House, Republicans in the Senate. So at the end of the day, they gotta come together and meshing a bill together, present and pass on the 23rd or before of May. So, and they're gonna give probably a little update as to what's going on. So we might hear some things too that we'd like to hear from them when they come here tonight.
I think one of the big things is that there's, in all districts, they've seen a significant decline of students. Yeah, it's across the state, probably across the country, but it's significant across the state, and they don't see it increasing for quite some time. Much lower birth rates because of significant things that have happened. So it's not just Red Wing that's struggling with that piece, and I think that's a good thing, that it's not just Red Wing, so that can be part of the conversation. We talk about declining enrollment, what does that mean for us here? But the whole state is talking about declining enrollment. So what does that mean, the per diem, or the ADM per child? What does that look like for districts when we still have to maintain what we're already doing and go forward versus do we get to maintain and have to cut? I don't know where the cuts have come.
And I think that's a really good point because, you can ask for the cross up, figure out and help us with the cross subsidy. But I think hearing our particular story and what that means to us is really important. I think that the cross subsidy and the, a little bit more money on to try and make up for inflation, that's, I think, across the state, that is the two things that everyone is going to be asking for. But I think in those two things, and I think we should hammer that home, and I think that is a really good place for us to be as well in asking, but what do those two things mean for Red Wing? And so if we have some dollars that we can talk about, and how it impacts our general fund and how we're not able to meet this and that and the other thing because we're paying for this and that because we have to, I think if we can share some particular detailed stories of how that impacts Red Wing, that will make more of a difference than just asking for those 2 items.
And I'm not sure I know the fact of this, but somebody said the school was opened here 27 years ago, 27 years ago. My guess is, I could be wrong here, there was less schools then, there's so many more charter schools and different things now that are pulling kids in, so every school is probably seeing a decline of students because there's more opportunities out there. So we've got to come up with a different way of looking at how that funding is, because the needs are still there.
And in that 789, early ed is looking at 87 million of it for, not mandatory pre-K, but volunteer pre-K, if families would like to send their children to pre-K 4-year-old kindergarten.
And to have it paid.
And to have it paid.
Okay.
That would be an $87 million. And nutrition is looking at having lunch and breakfast paid for all students. And that would be at the cost of about 187 million. And I think that's really critical, to make kids come to school and pay for someplace they have to be. It's kind of odd. It helps in some respects, but I feel like the food piece is a really big piece for kids throughout the day. If they don't eat, we know what we're like if we don't eat. And if kids don't eat or they don't like this, but I think a lot more focus could be put on food programs in terms of what's being offered, how it's being paid for, and it doesn't fall on, well, we paid our lunch bill this month, so-and-so, this many kids didn't, and so now we can't. If it's just equalized across the board, then they can start talking about nutrition and how, because I know there's an inequity of what schools get to offer at different places. You know, what gets offered in Minnetonka is much different than what gets offered at Humboldt, where I work, and it's not okay, but I know it happens. So I think that'll be really important.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Ms. Howard. The only negative with the food and nutrition proposal is that the number of free and reduced lunch kids impact our Title I program and compensatory aid program. So if those meals were provided, the state's going to have to work with the federal government and local districts to see how it can minimize the financial impact on the school district. So
yeah, I think they have to come up with a different way of banking their money on that number. Right? You can identify students other than saying they're free and reduced lunch. You can identify in other capacities.
Right, that's the key.
Who needs help and why.
Now,
So,
I will
yeah.
say that I think from my perspective, if I had to choose increase in the general ed formula or decrease in the cross subsidy, from Red Wing's perspective, decreasing the cross subsidy is much more important because our per pupil dollar amount that goes towards a cross subsidy is significantly higher than most of our neighbors. And so because of that, a lot of school districts have hundreds or even $1,000 more per pupil, and that's with the whole general ed population to spend than we do, because so much of ours goes to the cross subsidy. But of course, our local legislators represent more than just Red Wing, you know, so there's this constant push throughout the state. There's some who benefit from a general ed increase and some who would benefit from cross subsidies. So hopefully there's some sort of compromise or it goes our way.
A flat rate.
It'll be a good discussion.
Like nobody can have more than $1 million in cross subsidy. That'd be great.
Yeah, it would.
This spring, this fall,
Huh?
filing for
You are so
senator and
funny.
representative up for this fall.
All right, so if we don't have anything else for the workshop, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn, and then we would take a brief recess.
So, second.
All right, motion to adjourn by Ms. Rowe, second by Ms. Tower. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, motion carried. We are adjourned at 6:14. We'll reconvene with our meeting at 6:20.
We gotta log out of this one, right, and log into the next.
absences right now is because of unrelated COVID things.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, well, thank you as always for being here and for all of the work that you do.
Get through it.
All right, so next up, we have Mr. Barlow and Mr. Jones here to talk about industrial technology. There were some improvements made through funding from the last operating levy. Excited to hear.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How are we tonight? All right, Lisa is going to run that for us. So we don't care. I don't even need this. All right, perfect.
Lisa's got it.
Yeah, well, and that's what we said. We wanted her to run our little presentation, so that's awesome. Yeah, so what we wanted to do is just kind of give a little update on how things are going down on our end of the building. As you said, the citizens of Red Wing were good enough to approve the referendum that included dollars for CTE education, and some of that was specifically targeted at renewing some of our machinery and our programming. And so we're going to touch base on how we've spent that money up to this point and what the payoff for that is. So just to make sure that the people of Red Wing know that we followed through on what they wanted. So as you guys were talking about future referendums and things like that, it's important for them to know that we do follow through on this, and that those dollars were earmarked that way. So just as a quick little update, one of the things that we've been trying to do over the years is to increase our population of girls in our program. And so what we did is we just kind of went through our current semester, where we're at, and how many kids are impacted by what we do every day. And so you'll see that we have our total numbers and then the number of female students that we have as well. So the wood shop has 164 students a day, and 51 of them are female. The metal shop has 124 and 27 are female. The power shop has 49 and 1 of them is female at this point. Our engineering program, we have 90 students, that's 712. So that's our 7th and 8th graders that take that. It's like a 50-50 mix in those classes. So, and we currently have 3.5 or 3.67825 or whatever the percentage is of staff that are employed in our department at this time.
Can you explain the power shop?
Power shop? Can I explain? So,
Or later on, power.
yeah, yep, we will. Yep, it's going to be in here.
All right, so the referendum questions, one that we're going to be really focusing on is the updating of the instructional equipment for the vocational classes, our industrial tech area. Basically, what we were able to do with this levy passing was being able to tell the kids that this is how you would do it in industry, to being able to tell them, here's the machine that you will be using in industry, and now they have that hands-on application. So it's really been a game changer for our area. Went from having machines that couldn't hold a tolerance of they're supposed to hold a tolerance of 1/1000th of an inch, but they couldn't hold a tolerance of 1/10 of an inch. And every time you turned a dial on them, it'd go in a different amount. So it was kind of time to put up or shut up, and it was a really good thing for our department to get all these new machines for the kids. So, yeah.
All right, Lisa, you can move that along. So in the metal shop, if you look there on the screen, you'll see a bandsaw kind of down in the lower right-hand corner. That was kind of the poster child of what the shop was. We had a bandsaw from 1927, and that kind of became a talking point around town. And you'll see that we have almost all new equipment in the shop. We have all new welding equipment. We have new lathes, mills. We also were able, within the referendum, to purchase some CNC machines. That's computer-controlled machines, computer-controlled mill, and a computer-controlled lathe. and that opened up some other opportunities for us that we'll talk about kind of at the end of our presentation as far as partnerships and stuff go. We have 3D printing machines, we have CNC milling, and we have laser engraving stuff that we've bought as well. So students that are now in our shop, like John said a few seconds ago, are able to work on industry correct machines. And so if they transition from school to work, they're transitioning directly into stuff that they've maybe even better sometimes than what they worked on. We actually have when we bought a spot welder, the people from Lake City at Hearth and Home have exactly that same spot welder. They came up to us and they were like, "This is great," and it's it's got a computer control on it and everything. Stuff that we used to hit the on button with a wooden stick. So that was not our proudest moment, but it's how some stuff had to be run at that time.
So our students, we've always had a very strong and traditional program at Red Wing, and it's gotten better, especially with the referendum passing, with Learn to Earn program and things of that nature. But we've gone on several field trips throughout the town and built those relationships with our students. Manufacturing Week, we go to SCS Elevator, Central Research, and those relationships that we build with the local businesses, it's been a really strong partnership. A lot of our kids, summer employment there now, they go there to do that Learn and Earn, and they're going on to that summer internships and continue that process. So once again, the process of getting that equipment for those kids, and creating those opportunities for them that they did not have previously, it is a game changer. So
in doing that, we end up building partnerships with those people in town, like Central Research. We were there with kids and started talking back and forth, and saw a big pile of aluminum, and we started talking, and we had been melting pop cans at one point to get enough aluminum to fill some sand castings, but they were like, "Oh, you need aluminum? Well, we've got scraps, and so now whenever we need aluminum, we talk to them, and they get us stuff that we can now machine and melt down for other stuff that we do. So those things pay off all over the place. Next slide. Oop, one too far, I think. There we go. So we talked about the metal shop briefly, but the kind of things that kids do in the metal shop, like I said, we have a full welding program. Kids learn oxy welding, arc welding, and MIG welding. And you can see that we've got some examples of pictures of kids in there. And then also they do machining, sheet metal, forging, and foundry. So we have a very well-rounded program in that area. Next.
So in the wood shop, we didn't need as much equipment to kind of keep it up to date. But in the wood shop, on the bottom right-hand corner there, you can see a slide of, it's off of a joiner, but it's a helical wheel. We had some really nice machines in the wood shop that just needed to be updated. For example, those used to be straight knives. So instead of buying a brand new machine, we just updated the drum on there. And you can spend $10,000 on a brand new machine that isn't the quality or the sturdiness of a machine built back in the 50s and 60s, but you can update it. So that's just kind of showing an example of we didn't waste, the taxpayers' dollars or anything like that.
We spent your money wisely.
Yeah. And we also have in the top right-hand corner, it's an industrial grade laser engraver. And then that's a really popular one with the kids. They can personalize their projects. You can laser engrave pretty much any picture. You can actually take photographs and laser engrave photographs. And so a really neat process for the kids to kind of personalize their projects and kind of see the correlation between industry and school. So
we talk about a traditional program a lot of times where a kid might be learning to weld or something like that, but traditional isn't just how it used to be back when we went to school. Now we're integrating, cutting edge technologies with that stuff as well into our traditional programs, because that's what our business partners want our kids to know.
And it is bringing in different types of students into our classrooms, kids that traditionally aren't the hands-on types. They're seeing this, these kind of neat projects coming out where they can then personalize them and laser engrave things. So you're starting to get more kids involved that traditionally wouldn't be taking the programs. So that's really neat addition too.
So the Power Shop, in the Power Shop, we teach a number of different classes. We teach, Mr. Jones here teaches Auto Shop, which is really a car maintenance class. We're not turning out auto mechanics. And then Mr. Houston teaches a small gas engine and advanced power. So that's what we do in that shop. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that idea on the car maintenance thing is so.
Yeah. So
over years.
I always get a kick out of Facebook where it says, we should be teaching kids to change a tire and do that. We do. Yeah, that's all in our program, right? I mean, between us and the rest of the school, yep, we teach them to do taxes. We teach them to balance their checkbooks. We teach them to change a tire. We teach them to check their oil. All those things that go in. So every time I see that one come up on Facebook, I'm like, yep, we do that. Next slide.
So about 10 years ago, we introduced Project Lead the Way, PLTW, where students were able to take engineering grade classes and earn college credits through that Project Lead the Way. That's still a program that we offer. The numbers aren't as strong as they used to be, but we still have some really talented kids in those programs using those classes to their advantage. So in this picture, you can see it's in our computer lab at C103, and we have a 3D printer in there. Actually, we're getting a second 3D printer, which we'll talk about in a few seconds. But some real talented kids doing the engineering work in there.
And again, our traditional program with modern technology, the kids that were doing Project Lead the Way and learning the CAD drawings and all the things that they're doing, they're now taking that knowledge into John's CNC classes and using that drawing and able to convert those into G codes and import that into our fancy machines and make parts. So like I say, it's an integration of things. Next slide.
So that brings us to this slide here with our partnership with Southeast Tech. So when this referendum passed, we were kind of looking at updating our curriculum, getting some big purchases to kind of bring us to the next level. And it happened that Southeast Tech really stepped up and helped us out in conjunction with Rick Hengel, who's the CNC instructor at Southeast Tech. The students can start a 2-year program through us and earn 12 college credits by taking 4 classes, so they could graduate from high school and have the first year of their CNC programming done. So right here is a picture of a student that is making one of the projects there, and it's a great deal for Red Wing, I believe, because not only are the students staying at Red Wing High School, and these are really good kids that we need in our building to kind of lead the way and show kids how to behave and be good students, but they actually, Southeast Tech purchased a CNC machine for us also at the cost about $40,000 that we're renting for, I think, $1. They let us lease it for $1. And they also purchased another 3D printer. So, and it's a really, I think if you asked any of the students or came in and visited, you're more than welcome to come down and visit any time when that class is going on. But the kids are getting next level. I'd say that it's a very rare program to be able to offer at a high school. It's one of the strongest things I think Red Wing does. And like Doug said, the kids are now not only able to just draw a part, but they're able to machine it out and take it to the next level. 3D printing it and then also programming it and machining it out of aluminum or casting it. It's kind of really brought our program to the next level.
So as an example, the young lady that you see there, Olivia, she is a bunch of shades of awesome, right? I mean, she dug into this stuff and is just going for it. I meant to bring some parts to share with you, but she did a project where on a motorcycle, there was this little plastic cap over the top of a part, and they sell this metal replacement for it. She was like, well, let's make that, right? And so she took the plastic one, measured out what it was, made some improvements on it. First she drew it, in like 15 minutes. And then she 3D printed it for form, fit, and function. Then she converted it to G code, put it into our big fancy machines. She ran the first prototype, didn't fit quite right, went back in, made a couple of changes, did a second prototype. It was good, but didn't quite meet her standards. Did a third prototype, perfect, amazing, right? So, and then I had one other kid that was in one of my other classes. Some kids needed something to hold a bearing that they could weld onto. And Ben says, well, I can just machine that out for you. And so they cut the pieces, he went over and started machining it. So instead of doing like the prescribed project like you see there, we teach them that stuff so that they first get the hang of how to use everything. But the great joy is when you start seeing them, you know, developing parts and stuff on their own, and you're just like, nailed it.
Yeah. And these are kids that we previously were missing. I know Olivia, for example, she was going into civil engineering until she got in with this, and she's hook, line, sinker, and she's really going to do some great things. So that's just, you know, something that we're going to hopefully keep going with kids like that.
I know we extended out our 5 minutes to probably way longer than that, but any questions?
Oh, I was ready from before, but.
Sorry.
Thank you
Talk right through you.
Presentation. You know that this is very near and dear
Yep.
to me. Prior to the referendum, I was pointing out a lot of that equipment that we're using was stuff I used 40 some years earlier, 50 years earlier, whatever it was, back in the late 60s. 50. I did okay in that, but it wasn't great. But the interesting part of it was what I used then, that's one thing, but to realize that the majority of that equipment was Army surplus when I came through the school system. So it was World War I, possibly a couple of your machines, World War II era, and war era equipment that came into our program. And it was great, and that's where I really enjoyed being. And I'm so proud of our school to now getting into this new technology where we should be, so it relates to what we have today. And thank you again. Thank you, voters, for the referendum to put this stuff here.
Yeah, we thought it important to make sure that everybody, you know, sees the changes that
When
we're
I
making.
leave here at the end of this year, that's one of my proudest moments being part of this. So thank you.
Ms. Howard?
Okay, these are real basic.
Yeah.
But what does CAD and CNC stand for?
Okay.
CAD stands for computer aided drafting. So it's like back when we were in school, you did it on a board, you took a ruler and drew straight lines. Here, the kids can do a drawing in 10 minutes that took us an entire semester. So it's just kind of, they lose a little bit of hands-on skill, but a lot of times, you know, you can go so much deeper with it.
CNC is computer numeric controls.
Yeah.
And so the machine is controlled by math, right? It all finds 0 over here, and then everything is a grid of coordinates. And so it knows it has to go over this many inches this way and this many inches this way and down this many inches to make the part. So when they draw the part, then when I said they convert it to G code is what that machine understands about where everything is numerically in position.
So if you want to think of it in math terms, it's like an x-axis and a y-axis and a z-axis, you know, just like you would find 2, 1 on the x plots. We all remember doing that in elementary school. That's all the computer's doing, but it's doing it to the nearest thousandth of an inch.
And super fast.
Yeah.
So when they say, do you ever really use algebra? Yes, you do.
Every day.
Yeah.
And geometry.
And geometry.
Well, and not this semester, but in previous semesters, one of my daughters was one of those girls in the classes and had a really great time and was able to do the laser engraving on a table that she made. And my husband is an industrial mechanic, and so, you know, she just kind of had an overview of some of these things because she didn't dive that deep into it, but now they have a little bit more of a shared language about machining things and welding and, you know, some of the different things that he does. So, I don't think that she's going to go into that necessarily, but still just to be able to kind of understand how that works.
But she has that language now.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And,
exactly.
and it was a really great positive experience. So thank you both for all of that and for all that you do. And then of course for coming here too. Anybody else have any?
Just thanks, I was at your open house, whatever we had there, just amazed at the machines and what they could do.
Yeah.
It's, it's great that we can do something that they can take right from school, right to the workforce in areas and start performing that job instead of having to be retrained or trained.
It's a huge advantage. Local industry is,
And we need people like that.
Yeah.
absolutely,
Absolutely.
and they're great paying jobs, and
Right.
trying to get that across the kids is good too.
And I'm glad they know how to check oil, change a tire, no, if we just tell them to remember who FICA is on their check. They take all this money, they don't know who he is. So.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I wrote down, we need to share your story more. I don't know how else we can get this word out, but the whole program of being able to earn half of your credits toward,
Probably associates.
that needs to.
To half of an associate's degree.
Yeah, I mean, that needs to be shared loud and clear all across Red Wing.
Especially with the coming fall, that would be a great talking point.
For sure, I sign you up for more talks.
Yeah, there we go.
Write that down.
And actually, it's already been done.
That's how we ended up here.
Yeah. So this is sort of a precursor to presentations they're gonna give the community.
Oh, fantastic.
And it's information, but we're sharing what we've done with the referendum and how it impacts kids.
Yep.
So-
That's awesome.
You're our dry run.
Thank you.
And
That's
I'll
awesome.
just add, when you do that, you have some products,
Yep.
props instead of just a video, which is great, but showing this is what they did.
Yep.
10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Olivia got all that stuff done for me for the last meeting, and I have it all in my desk, in my room. So I was gonna show you that progression that I talked about.
But you know where it is.
Yep.
And not only those projects, but Olivia herself.
Yes.
Or other students. who-
And just showing Red Wing that we have some really talented, great kids here. It's been seeing what they're capable of doing is really important too. So.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All I can say is good luck, Tony Kashi, for being that.
Yeah, talk back to follow. So yes, next up, we have our technology update with Mr. Kashi.
Let me see if he takes the same amount of time as those two.
Maybe double, there's two.
That's still, yeah, that's a good.
Why is my computer so slow?
You can try turning it off and turning it back on again.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Roll, Tony.
By the way, Tony Kashi, from his position is funded using operating levy funds. Last year was part-time technology integrationist. This year, for the first time, we have a full-time technology integration because of Tony's work here. Many other schools have had that position for a decade or 2 decades. We were finally able to make it work because of passage of the referendum. And he's done great work in a short period of time. So we invited him just to give an overview of what's happening.
Can everybody see my slides? I'm not.
Not quite yet, just wait.
I can on this computer.
Yes, yeah, and the ones that were in the packet. have those.
Let me try it again.
There you go.
There we go. Perfect. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Tony Kashi. I taught math in the district for 10 years. And this is the first year as the educational technology integrationist for the whole district. This is the first year in that position. Like Superintendent Anderson said, I did that part-time last year, just in the high school. That is something that I kind of grown into after getting my master's degree in educational technology, and kind of a passion of mine. So really what I do is basically around 3 different things. One is Chromebook management. The second is software troubleshooting for teachers, whether it's during their lesson or synergy with grades or anything like that. And the third thing, and the one that's probably that I spend the most time with, is observation and supporting teachers on how they're using it in their lessons. I would say that's, especially right now, these three things ebb and flow. The Chromebook management is pretty small, unless we get a shipment in, and then it kind of ramps up. And then the troubleshooting is usually right around quarter time, ending of a quarter and the beginning of a quarter, where a lot of teachers need help with grades, submissions, and things like that. And then obviously getting their new attendance lists and getting their grade books set up with Google Classroom. You have all my notes. I'm just going to kind of highlight the more important things, but a lot of the details are there. So the one thing about Chromebooks is starting this past January, all kids K through 12 have either a brand new Chromebook or one that's a year old, which is a huge improvement from what we've had in the last few years. And so that was a huge bump this last fall, and we were able to get basically all grades from 7 through 12 a brand new Chromebook. And the next two slides are just kind of going into details of what kind of Chromebook each of those grades have, going into what their capabilities are. The biggest thing is that everybody has a touchscreen now, and that is opening the options for teachers on what they can do. I know the art department has already reached out as, okay, does a stylus work on this, and how can I be working with that? So that was a huge improvement from our non-touch screens just a year before. Just a couple of things that we're kind of looking forward to is now with the new grade configuration is just how we're going to get the correct Chromebooks to the correct people, because we don't have just making sure that we're receiving the ones from the seniors and making sure they're getting redistributed to the correct grade levels at the correct buildings. That's really the biggest thing. There's a couple other main points there too. Taking a look at our protection plan is something that the technology team has kind of been taking a look at too. So troubleshooting, there's a whole wide variety of software systems that seem to be growing every day. That's probably the trickiest part of my job, is that what works today is there's going to be something new and shiny literally next week, or you have a Kahoot that just came out with an update, and then their competitor is going to come out with an update the next month. So just kind of keeping up with what's new, and that happens a lot, where I'll be helping a teacher and we'll be logging in, and, oh, that was different than last week. So being kind of quick on my feet is kind of part of the job. So, but obviously being a Google district is a big part of the job, but we also have a lot of third parties that we use, as well as like Smart Notebook and GoGuardian, things like that. Getting as much out of those for our teachers, using them in ways that they probably didn't think about, connecting with students in ways that might fit the students' behavioral needs. We'll say that. When I was in the classroom, I would use GoGuardian to chat with a student that was in the front row, because they were more able to open up to me there than in front of their peers. So just training teachers that, hey, that's okay to talk to that student that way if they're going to open up through that avenue. So really the biggest thing for the tech support side or the troubleshooting side is the website that I have been building for it's actually been the last 2-3 years. And this is just basically a conglomerate of resources for teachers, but there's also a student and parent side that kind of goes from each of their lenses, how parents can support their students at home. That helped quite a bit when we were not meeting in school, when you're not able to take control and able to show them how to do it. And this is really a database too for me. If a teacher from another building is asking for something, then I can just send them a how-to video with a link to the website, which is a lot faster than having to travel to that building and help them out individually. What's next for troubleshooting? To that point, we just got a Fleet Deck account, which is basically a very easy way for me to take over the desktop of another teacher. So once again, not having to travel to another building for the small things. I believe that replaced something else that they had something like Fleet Deck before, but they updated to something that was much simpler and a lot more straightforward to use for both us and the teacher. And then one thing that I want to try to get going here by the end of this school year is a technology newsletter. That's something that people have been asking me for, just updates for different things. At the end of a quarter, remember to do this in Google Classroom. And it gets a little bit busy because there's so much different between a secondary update and an elementary update. That's what I'm trying to work through right now, but that's something to look forward to there. So once again, the biggest part of my job, supporting teachers with their instruction. And so what I use to drive that observation is what we call the SAMR model. So the SAMR model stands for substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. So basically it's how you're using technology, not just the tools that you have, but how you're using it to deepen their understanding of the subject. So basically a quick example would be like Google Docs. You can use all the different features of Google Docs to hit all 4 of these different things. So substitution, if you're using Google Docs to just type, well, you're just substituting a typewriter. That's all you're doing there. Augmentation would be more like the highlighting features, the deleting features, the copying and pasting features. That would be more of an augmentation. A modification would be more like spell check and maybe having a Grammarly add-on to that, where typewriters wouldn't be able to do that. Word didn't do that in just not so long ago. And then redefinition would be basically being able to share that document digitally to somebody else not in the room and getting feedback through those comments. Now you're totally redefining what you're doing with that paper. And so that's basically kind of figuring out where each of those teachers are with that specific lesson, and then talking about how we can get to that next level. And so I use that to kind of drive my observations. Obviously just a simple process where the teachers sign up for a time for me to come observe their lesson. I conduct the observation and obviously have some notes, and I'll show you in the next couple of slides what I do. And then usually within the next day or two, we'll follow up and talk about how things went and how they can improve and all that. And just some example, just a brief part of the observation tool that I use with the SAMR model. Talk a little bit about Bloom's taxonomy as well, but those are getting into details that. And really, the next thing, looking forward, how I want to keep getting that SAMR model out there. That's a lot of introduction. A lot of teachers haven't heard of it before, but that is kind of what's driving 21st century instruction. And what I hope to do is I hope to start being part of that TPGP process. There's a huge part that I think a lot of teachers don't know that they have, where there's a peer observation tool that basically what I'm doing could go towards their TPGP. And it's so it's just, I think if teachers knew that, I think they would be more willing to come in and let me into their classrooms. Not that it's been hard to get into classrooms, that there's a lot of people that are asking for the help. I think the biggest thing is there's some teachers that are like, well, this lesson doesn't have technology in it. That's a good thing. That's why I'm here. That's, I can help you if you have technology in your lesson. I can help you if you don't have technology in your lesson. So it's been a terrific year. It's been a great challenge for me. I love what I'm doing right now. It's keeping me very busy. I will say that. And I really look forward to what it can become here in the near future. So, any questions?
I have one. Should we do that now, or should we?
Let's finish up with our questions and then we'll.
Okay. My first question, I have a couple.
Yep.
First question, are we going to be getting Google Voice here?
Google, I don't believe that's in the works for this year, at least. I don't believe that's I don't think so.
Okay, because I have it, and so that allows me, like you said, your Go Guardian, you
Right.
can text kids right in class.
Yep.
So they can say, I have a stomachache, can I go to the nurse, texting me or calling me? But then I also have a separate number,
Right.
apart from a phone number, so that they can call me right into my computer. So if a parent wants to call me, they can call me right into the computer, the student can come over, and I can be anywhere in the building. I don't have to be in my classroom to do the parent phone call. So I was wondering if we were heading in that direction, or?
Yep. So I think it's possible. That would be something that I would have to talk to Charlie with the network side. So like you said, I have Google Voice as well. I used it quite a bit as a teacher, just to not hand out my personal cell phone, right? So I was able, but it goes with the same device. And I think that's where it gets a little bit.
Did you just sign up for it on your own?
Through my personal Google account.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, but then it went to my cell phone, which that's where it gets into a little
Well,
bit.
I have it come to my cell phone with my Google Voice number, but they don't see my cell phone number.
Correct.
So I can just have it, like I could be here, get a phone call from a parent, but they don't have my number, it'll go on my computer, so it's extremely helpful.
Correct.
And I can text all of my parents in real time. Whereas on my cell phone, I can't text parents. I can email them, but they don't always get their email, but I can text them in real time and say, hey, so-and-so forgot their, iPad today. Can somebody drop it off
Right.
at school?
It's a very helpful feature. That would be something that, that's on the network side of things that I would have to talk to Charlie about, but I think it might be possible, yes.
Okay.
It'd be really helpful for e-learning days.
Oh,
So
it's
for
hugely
example, if there
helpful.
are questions and teachers are working from home don't have to give out their personal cell.
If the kids are on a meet with me, they can tell their parents text me. Did they show up? Did they not show up while they're at work? So they don't have to be part of that process at all. They can just.
And you can, just seeing everything on a bigger screen on your computer.
Yeah.
Is, I mean,
Yeah.
I know I'm of the generation of the small devices, but I prefer laptop much more than, and it's just easier to organize, yes.
So my next question really quick, you had mentioned when I went to the technology meeting in the fall, I think it was in the fall, that the job you have is huge. It's E12. And something you were hopeful in the future is that somebody could focus on secondary and somebody could focus on elementary. Do you still see that as that's something that would be awesome? Or do you feel like, we've got tech support in buildings, we're able to do it?
I would say that would be, yes, I think there's a need for that. There's no way that I would be able to do a full observation in every single room efficiently. Right, exactly. Especially with the things that come up throughout the day, where, I'll be, and when the tech guy's in the building, while you're here is basically my last name, Tony, while you're here. Exactly, yeah. So I would say, and that's kind of how teachers are trained too, right? I was a secondary teacher. I can really, bode well in a setting like this. Not that I can't in an elementary setting, but I never taught kindergarten before.
Your brain doesn't think that way.
Right, exactly. So I mean, if that would be a huge help, and I think that would be welcomed by a lot of the teachers. And I think that's kind of why the high school teachers I've been in probably more high school rooms than elementary rooms.
Is your office here?
Yeah, well, that's one thing. But yeah, no, I think there is definitely a need for that, because I mean, I think the sense was COVID is over. Let's close the Chromebooks and put them under the desk and get back to normal, which the 21st century, that's not the way it's going to be. Right, exactly. So it's I think there's a lot of another challenge in my job is we'll get people that just say, hey, can you block this website, or can you just take the Chromebook away from this person? Well, we got to teach them how to use it. That's what we're here to do. And so that's kind of flip that. Instead of taking it away, let's use that as a teachable moment.
That's a huge one.
Yeah.
To have a student's technology taken away is almost bordering on
Right.
something you wouldn't want.
Yeah. Where else are they going to learn it?
Yeah, like how do they
Exactly.
access this textbook?
Right.
They get Right, so I had asked Tony in the technology meeting, what, if he could have anything to enhance his job, he said, somebody who could do, and not that you're not doing a fantastic job, I'm not saying, you're talking yourself out of the job, you're talking to somebody, so I appreciate you being honest with that response.
Yep. Of course.
And showing us everything that you're doing, this is a fraction, tiny fraction of everything you do all day.
Right.
I know.
Yep.
I call my tech guy all the time.
Any other questions or?
Quick comment, how many Chromebooks did you bring on board this year? You and Meg Hanring and the team?
So from the first week of December through the first week of January, we processed 1,100 Chromebooks throughout the IMC. Yeah. So that was, that's where I was not in the classroom as much. I was more on the Chromebook side. Because that's a big process. You don't just open it up and hand it to a student. It has to be put into our system. It has to be updated. It has to make sure that it's going to the right network at the right times. There's a lot of steps. It has to be barcoded, make sure it's checked out to the right person. All those different things. But those 3 days before winter break were actually huge for us. We got a lot done in 3 days. But no, it was a very big undertaking. It was all hands on deck, but it was a lot of Chromebooks out, and the students were never happier. We've never had so many kids come and get notes written. High schoolers don't write notes to teachers or staff. We were getting notes from, thank you very much for the new Chromebook and all that kind of stuff. So
how long did it take you to set one up, do you think, from front to end?
From out of the box to, it would probably be about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Just from.
If that's all you were doing.
Yes. Yeah. And so we assembly lined it.
It was impressive.
Yeah. From asset sticker to patron sticker to, then we're organizing it by homeroom to make sure that we're able to get it out to them in a quicker fashion. We took all the carts in the building and basically loaded them all up, and it was quite the process. Yeah, but no, it was everybody helped, and it was great. Yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
Yep.
Thank you so much for the update and for
Yep.
being here.
Thank you very much.
And I'm keeping that in the back of my head.
All right.
Just like I did before.
And we're gonna jump around in our agenda just a little bit. So we'll pause on school board reports, and we have Representative Barb Healy and Senator Mike Goggin here. So we're gonna skip to that portion, which was under our business items. So welcome. When you're ready, you can come on up. And thank you very much for taking time out of your schedule to be here. We know it's a busy time for both of you.
A little bit.
I may,
Yes.
last board meeting, Vicki and I were tasked the duty of getting Representative Haley and Senator Goggin to see if they come to a meeting, and they both graciously agreed, or strong arms, I'm not sure which one, but, and we kind of talked about the idea when the bills are being presented, come later this week, the deadline in it anyway, but we always thought it was great to have the two of them come before us and hear what's going on in the Capitol. We have a couple things we'd like to obviously mention. You've been besieged with a $9-point-some billion surplus. Everybody wants everything. We're trying to minimize, but there are certainly some things we want to discuss and let you know where we're at here.
So I'll let you go ahead if you have things you want to share about what's going on.
Brief overview. Well, thanks for having us. Before COVID, we used to do this, routinely a couple times a year. So I know I've talked to most of you on the phone at certain points. So thanks for having me tonight. So maybe I'll just give you a brief overview of the session. As Jim said, it's not a budget year. However, we have this huge surplus, so it's very kind of quickly morphed into what feels more like a budget year with supplemental requests. We have a $10 billion budget. We have a rainy day fund, or the reserves, that are fully funded as well, over $2 billion. And we also have federal COVID money. There were lots of different releases of, as you know, of federal funds during COVID, but roughly we have over $1 billion left of that the legislature needs to allocate. Some top priorities that you've probably heard about in the news thus far, replenishing the unemployment trust fund is a big priority. During COVID, we had 1.3 million Minnesotans apply for unemployment insurance, and we paid out over $15 billion in UI. And UI is a combination of a state program as well as a federal program. So we owe the federal government that money back. And we have to also then replenish the fund to a certain solvency point, or businesses will have these increased taxes on, something that wasn't their fault. So we have a good bipartisan agreement on that. We need to get the House on board. So that should be taken care of. We also have an issue with health insurance, and the reinsurance bill passed out of the Senate will be coming to the House floor on Thursday. That's if we are able to extend that, and again, that has some federal government dollars attached to it, we'll be able to hold down insurance costs by 30%. If we don't do it, and this part of the state, as a matter of fact, has some of the highest insurance rates. So it's very important to me to keep advocating for that, because we'll have a huge impact here if we don't. You'll hear, I guess, other than kind of the financial side, it's the bonding year. We probably won't get to talk about bonding till middle of May. Hasn't really been brought up yet. We're kind of in these financial discussions. On the workforce side, two things that I'm really concerned about that I think we need to address. We have shortages in our healthcare system, whether it's hospitals, nursing homes, or disability services. And some of that is reimbursement levels, so we can't keep wages at a point where we can keep people on the job, especially when you're talking about our disability services. So I think you'll see some solutions come to the floor of the House and the Senate in that regard. I know you want to talk about school things, so maybe I'll just stop there, and then we can get into some specific education issues, but I'll let Senator Goggin jump in too.
Yeah, and to follow up on what Representative Haley said, with the reinsurance, we're going for a 5-year extension with the federal government because that's the right thing to do. We need to make sure that we have consistency in the healthcare insurance market. So with that, hopefully the House will pass what we passed in the Senate, but if we have to, we go to conference committee and we work it out. Agriculture has been a really big issue this year because of the drought that we had last year. So I'm on the Agriculture Committee, Policy and Finance. So we've been dealing a lot with that, making sure that we have addressed the needs of our farming communities and making sure that we can help them get ready for the planting season coming up real quick next month. So we just had a hearing today with the Department of Agriculture so they could present their budget request and their issues that they're dealing with directly with our farming communities. I'm also on higher ed, so we're working on finding ways to lower the cost of tuition and then also help the student with lower overall cost burden with their degrees. So we've got a bill coming up that'll take it from a 50% student family obligation down to 46%. So that'll be a big help for our students there. The other one is, oh, doggone, I missed it. You had one other one I was going to talk about. Oh, the bonding bill. In the Senate side, anyways, we've got our bonding committee, the staff that's working on collecting all of the requests that have come in from around the state, plus what they saw during the bonding tours. So they're putting that together. That's going to be mostly wastewater, water treatment, roads and bridges type funding there. The other thing we're doing in the transportation department as well is the sales tax that we collect on car sales and also on auto repairs and things like that. We did move a portion of that directly into the Highway User Trust Fund.
we're looking to take that completely into the highway user trust fund so we can get that ongoing funding for our roads and bridges, because we really need to get that as a consistent stream for ongoing roads and bridges. With that, we can move on to the school issues that you folks are dealing with here directly. So
I think I mentioned both here today when we just confirmed, special ed funding is cross
subsidy.
Cross subsidy, thank you. I'm learning all these acronyms. And obviously the school formula, is there and all that, but yeah, the special ed is one near and dear to our heart because revenue's different than other districts. And we'd like to see consistency. I'm a big fair and consistent person. And, so something like that and that end would certainly help us as we're going forward. The declining enrollment is one issue that every school is hearing. We hear about Minneapolis, with their strike, and that's one of the issues there. So can you elaborate on that and see what you're talking about? Because board member Tower was at a virtual finance discussion.
A virtual open house with
Senator Duckworth
and
Portland.
Portland, yes. And so they explained a little bit of a lot of it, but, so yeah, just kind of talk a little bit what you're thinking in terms of House and Senate and what some of the feelers are you have out there in terms of cross subsidy or students declining in enrollment or the lunch program or.
All the other pieces.
Is that in one of those stacks of paper you have? Well, with the cross subsidy, right now, yeah, we can put money into that, but that's not going to solve it ongoing. It's got to be. I met with Senator Chamberlain today about that because I wanted to find out what, because he has a K-12 committee chair, and he said, it's a Band-Aid whenever we really put money into the cross subsidy because it is not equal across the state for the districts, and especially when you get out into rural Minnesota and get into towns like Red Wing, which are more of a hub. And towns like Red Wing tend to pick up, or Austin tend to pick up more of that expense when it comes to the cross subsidy and the special education. And so he's working on reform with that to get it so that it's equal across the state, and it doesn't favor the metro areas over the rural areas. So. But yeah, right now, we haven't got budget targets yet, so I couldn't tell you what kind of numbers they're looking at for anything there.
Any traction? Does Senator Chamberlain think that?
He was optimistic about it. He was really optimistic about it. He had been talking with his counterpart in the House and said, they both realized that they need to do some reform with that formula and stuff. So
hopefully
this is the opportunity year to do that. Yes, correct.
Everybody says the same thing. I get that.
Yeah, no, but it is the year that we have the best opportunity to really do reform with that and do the right reform. Do it right this time.
Sure.
I guess from my perspective, the eliminating the cross subsidy is paramount because we spend about $3 to $3.5 million on our cross subsidy per year, which is just a little bit under than the overall operating levy revenue that we receive each year. And as you said, Senator Goggin, it's because we're a regional hub, we have more expenses in that regard, and so we're spending a lot of that money towards a cross subsidy, whereas a lot of our neighbors and rural areas throughout the state don't have to do that. And so really it's important to at least me, and I think to all of us, that we help address that. And we realize we can't do everything for everyone, and there's going to be compromise, and a lot of the rural districts want money on the formula if there is money. But from Red Wing's perspective, the cross subsidy is critically important. But that.
Well, and that that was the one thing that Senator Chamberlain said. He goes, "You're seeing more and more districts like St. Cloud, for example. They'd like to see the cross subsidy go away as well." So yeah, it needs to go, it needs to be reformed, it needs to go away, and we need to figure out a way to make it so that it's, you know, fair across the state for all of our school districts and most importantly, our students.
I would say I don't serve on an education committee this term. So previously I was on a K-12 committee and a higher ed. So I haven't seen the bills in the House yet. The first time I'll see it's probably when, you know, we get something to the floor or from the Senate. But I am keenly aware of it. Sherry and I met a couple weeks ago, I think, and talked about it again with, you know, with her team across the district. I think it's really important that as schools, you know, that you're united in that. And so when we hear your priorities from whether it's the Superintendent's Association or your School Boards Association, that rises to the top for all of you, because then that makes it easier, I think, for the legislature to say, they all need it, let's us come together in representing you and get it done. I won't make any promises because it even with that surplus, it's not a budget year, and some of these things just, it's so complicated to get it done. We're already almost April 1st and we adjourn if we adjourn on time at the end of May. So there's a lot going on at the Capitol, but in a short amount of time to bring everybody together around those big reforms is difficult. So I'd like to under promise and then over deliver versus the reverse.
We want you to hear it from us.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And,
yeah,
being the help, you know, that certainly, but,
yeah, makes a big difference. Well, isn't your 3 to 3.5 million, what's about $1,200 per student per year?
It is, yeah.
Which is staggering, you know, when you break it down and to that.
Several times the amount that a lot of
Right.
districts pay per student, so it's significant for us.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I found it, to your point, it must be so frustrating to hear hundreds or thousands of different requests just from the educational side of things.
Right.
So, but I know that a lot of the educational organizations came together and tried to prioritize the common needs, and they ended up with general ed formula increases and the cross subsidy. And I think that recognizes that different school districts have different needs, and so I'm just hoping that cross subsidy is
right
at the top.
Well, it's been on, you know, it's been on the table for years, and you know, the federal government didn't, you know, meet their obligation there. So, and you've just had this hockey stick of your costs going up and up and up with no relief from us, the state level or the federal level. So, at least if we can bring some of that down.
Well, and if you think of $3.5 million, it doesn't sound like a lot, but in a district this size, $3.5 million will buy us a lot.
Yeah.
We could go from a 2-tier busing system to a 1-tier, which is what we hear constantly from our families out in the community. That let's get all the kids to all the schools at the same time, let them come home at the same time, and that costs us $650,000 plus to do that, which we don't have. So when you talk about $3.5 million, I mean, $650,000, I mean, that would be a huge plus for our families that we just can't deliver on right now.
And in addition to that, she's right. And we have one technology integrationist right now we can afford for this time that we're in, where kids are on technology all day long. So we have to help them with it. We have to block them from some stuff. We have to communicate with families around all the changes. So one technology integrationist for the whole district, E12 is, but we, you know, like Pam is saying.
Right.
Yeah.
I think sometimes we get caught up in the word cross subsidy, and that's not the problem, cross subsidy. Cross subsidy is a result of a problem. The problem is not fully funding our students with special needs.
Right, right.
And I think we're probably bringing in, what, maybe 50 cents on the dollar, is that about right? Somewhere there. And that's where the problem is. Every district is going through that, other than some special things that can happen if you don't have as much need a year after you had a huge need, then there's some other formulas that come into it. The bottom line is, it's the federal government supposedly saying they're going to fund, I think it was around 20% of our special education costs, and the state was gonna pick up the rest or whatever years back, and I might be wrong on that thing, but in the end, it doesn't happen. This is all that's here, and that's what's allocated, and you know, the other part I wanna say is, a lot of times it all is, they did that in the legislature, they did this, we need that. You guys are us, and I recognize that. You were elected to represent us. Everybody there is representing us. Our legislature is us. We just have certain people. So I hope people would come back and say, they did that. It's not that. We did that to ourselves, the people that elected us in office throughout the state. And I recognize that, and I just appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you. And I'm so thankful that you came here to just hear us out.
Yeah, well, no, and that's how we can better represent you too. I mean, I miss not having these face-to-face, to be quite honest. I'm kind of old school in that regard. But in addition to the cross-subsidy issue, one thing that Senator Chamberlain brought to my attention was through the hearings they've had in committee and listening to the school boards and the teachers, and that is the number one underlying cause or root cause that they're identifying is the literacy portion of it. Is the kids are not as literate as we need them to be, right? And so that's affecting the cross subsidy because we're spending money on remedial there. And so one of the priorities they're going to have, at least in the Senate, it sounds like it's going to be is a literacy program. And part of that, what they've done is the training for the teachers K through 5, the letters training. We put $3 million into that. It's 144 hours worth of training. You all know this a lot better than I do.
Yeah, it's called the BOLD program.
Right. And the feedback from the teachers that, you know, he said almost every slot was filled in that letters program. And the feedback from the teachers was that it was one of the best things they've done, is to take it and do that training. So, you know, that's where we're at, is we're trying to find out what are the root causes going on that we can help target funding to go to you know, targeted areas for the kids to help them. You know, and I just look back at my days growing up here in town and, you know, sitting down in the library reading books on a rainy day. You know, I was a bookworm. I love to read. And so I'd like to, you know, kind of get that back into the kids and not on the computer screens as much. So.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're kind of getting at what are the proactive things that we can do to minimize learning loss or, you know, the discrepancies. And as Arlen or Mr. Deere kind of alluded to, you know, federal government promised 40% and they don't get about 20%. So that is a huge part of, you know, the issues that we're facing. Yeah, proactive approaches, of course.
That's the theme that, you know, that Roger said they've been hearing throughout the session. That there's, you know, we need to pick areas that we can go proactively after the target to the students. And in that regard too, to target it for the teachers to help them be able to facilitate the learning to the students. So
I think we know a lot of things that help with the learning, like having smaller class sizes and things like that. But when we have $3 million not coming into our general budget to be able to pay for another kindergarten teacher, you have too many kids. And it's really hard to teach, even if you are like the most amazingly qualified teacher and you've gone to every special training that exists, if you have too many kids to get to all of them, you can't do it. So it comes down to money.
Well, on the special ed side too, I think part of, obviously it's, you know, a financial, a budgetary change, but also what can we do at the state level to take off some of the paperwork burden? You know, I hear that all the time, and that equates to cost in the end. You know, are we requiring things that we don't need to, so that we're eliminating the caseload, for example, you know, that somebody in special ed could have, and eliminating time with a child or with the child and the parent because of all these requirements that maybe aren't helping produce any better outcome. And that's kind of a pet peeve of mine across all of government. How can we get out of your way? And so that you can do your jobs better. So I'd like to see those kind of proposals from you too, and Sherry and I talked about this, what specifically then can we change policy-wise that can help in that area in addition to the funding?
Specifics, real specifics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can help with that.
Yep.
You're-
Yep, yeah, you live it.
Board there that
Mhm. But it's much,
You see you need for.
yeah, and Senator Goggins, right, the literacy is when you have a little person and you know they're struggling right out of the gate, they don't let you qualify them for special ed until a determined amount of time has gone by, that they hopefully will get everything they need in that little time, and then if they don't get it, oh, they should be referred to special ed. But how do we know they're getting everything they need if teachers have different pockets of strength? So if you have a kindergarten teacher who's not a strong literacy person, but a real good science person, that's where that BOLD program comes in from MPE to train all teachers in Minnesota, which I think is fantastic, in the basics of teaching reading, which I didn't get when I went through my, I don't know if you did, Jennifer, but when I went through my elementary ed program, phonics was not part of the reading curriculum. So they're trying to go back and take care of some of that, which I agree with. And in the meantime, not as many students hopefully will qualify for special ed, but that's a road.
Right.
Right, it's a great goal. It's a road that's gonna take some time to get all those teachers trained and to get everybody on the same page if that ever happens. And the special ed piece that you're talking about, Barb, when we do our paperwork, it takes a tremendous amount of time away from a child who could possibly exit from special ed if they met their goals. So I mean, it's twofold.
Right.
Yeah, but I really appreciate you going and talking to Senator Chamberlain and doing your homework. Thank you.
And lastly, mental health. That's, it's been a trying 2 years, roughly, a little over 2 years now. And so that's the other area that for K-12 that we're focusing on is mental health and getting the resources to the schools that we can to help with those mental health issues. And it's going to take time. It's been a rough 2 years for the kids. And one area is the social media. They want to. They're working on how do you hold these social media companies accountable for the algorithms that they're putting out there that are, basically I look back to the old commercials of the 70s when they had those subliminal messages. And that's what they're doing basically now with these algorithms. It's all subliminal. So they're working on addressing that as well. So that the kids can have a safe social media environment to be in. So.
Well, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. It's a short window you have left here.
I know.
Another 2 months or so before the session ends. We all don't know it. Senator Goggins is not running for re-election. We want to thank him very much for his years of service for us. He's been a friend of mine for years, and he's been somebody you can always reach out to. He'll pick up the phone, he'll call you back. And Representative Haley's got some other ideas going forward. We wish you the best on that. Thank you for representing us too in that, and we look forward to hearing more what's going on here in the next few weeks and months at the Capitol. We appreciate you taking your time out of your day to join us tonight. It means a lot, getting back to this face-to-face and hearing things.
Well, and I'd like to thank you. I don't think there's one area of, civic service, public service that has been easy in this environment. So thank you for stepping up on the school board, and thanks to the teachers. My parents were teachers when I was young. My daughter's finishing her elementary ed teaching degree at Mankato State. She's in her student teaching phase pretty soon. Thank the teachers. I really cannot imagine what it's been like to.
EAs and all that.
Yeah, yes.
So everybody has. It's been unusual too.
Right.
Thank you, well said.
Yeah, so I want to make sure to acknowledge that, and we're so glad, or I am, that the kids are back, face to face. They need you. They need those relationships with their peers and with their teachers and all their aides. So hopefully we can only just go up from here.
Yeah, I want to
Thanks for
echo the
having
same
us.
thing. It's the teachers, the PAs, everybody that's helping out. for our kids and for our teachers and that, to be successful. I mean, that's what we're after. We want the kids to be successful. And, you know, it hasn't been an easy couple of years, but, you know, we've all, you know, been there with the right intentions for the kids to make sure that we have a safe learning environment for them, and that they have every opportunity to learn as much as they possibly can. So thank you all for that. Thank the teachers for it, for that. And I'm looking forward to being able to spend some time with my grandson a little more. Just came back from his first birthday weekend, so had a lot of fun. So
Get some rest.
Not yet.
Oh, no, you need some rest.
Then you can rest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So we are going to jog back to our school board reports, which I think are pretty brief. Ms. Rowe, do you want to talk about negotiations?
Sure, we're trucking away with principals, support personnel, and cooks. Got another meeting on Wednesday, and we are making progress. So hopefully you'll see some more things coming for decision making and in the near future.
Agenda committee notes are attached. How about our board liaisons?
I can speak to,
GCD?
GCED, we meet, oh, Sherry's not here, oh, there's just, we meet on Thursday, so I'll have more updates for our next meeting, and then tomorrow's the Community Ed Advisory Council, and I'm gonna be there for half of it, so I just wanted to let everybody know, some of the topics. Food service, referendum update, summer Kids Junction update, and then summer rec programming, and summer brochure. And then just hear from different people around in the community what's going on. But those are some of the topics for tomorrow. I'm sure there will be other things that come up, but I'll be at the second half of that meeting.
Can I ask about the student school board? If we had applicants?
We have 7, I think. So a small crew to start with, but we will hopefully be meeting soon. We're figuring out times, juggling schedules and things like that. So hopefully very soon. Okay, then I think we're on to administrative.
I'll just highlight the first item on the report, has to do with online time cards. It was brought up at the last meeting. And I know that Ms. Paradis and I have looked at some online time card options in the past, at least on 2 occasions, maybe more. Thankfully, we did not jump in on those earlier because we think there's going to be a much stronger option through Region 5, which is a cooperative of school districts that provides financial services. So they're developing their own online time card option that will work seamlessly with our own payroll system. And that's the huge advantage. So we're waiting on Region 5's unrolling of that particular product, and I'm confident that we'll take a very serious look at it.
Region 5?
Region 5. Roman numeral 5.
Ooh.
Got it right there.
Yeah.
That's all I have, unless there's some questions.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to make a comment that I very much appreciate the staffing update and the substitute update, so thank you for putting that in
Yeah, it was a suggestion from one of the board members.
Okay, we are on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they would like to pull from that?
there. You know, I just have a question on 3 and 4.
Okay, so let's pull those. Anyone have anything else other than something on items 3 and 4? Okay, if not, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 3 and 4.
So
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 3 and 4 by Ms. Tower, second by Mr. Dierks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, so then let's talk about items 3 and 4.
I just had a question about, is it Liza Arsvold? I was just confused on why there was a resignation on the 4th for her, but then she was hired on the 14th.
Thankfully, Mr. Hartman, I believe, is on the call here. So, Paul, could you respond to that question from Ms. Rowe?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I just connected my audio. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. The individual was agreed to the hire on Thursday. We added them to the consent agenda from 2 weeks ago. We found out Monday before the board meeting that they were going to resign the position. And so this is just the formality of accepting her resignation. We didn't add it to the consent agenda. Monday would have been around noon prior to that board meeting. Out of respect to not being able to lift the head. Does that answer your question?
So will she be a softball coach this year or not?
No, she resigned that position 2 weeks ago at noon, and we didn't add it to the agenda. We added her as a hire on Friday, but we did not get the resignation to that position for 2 weeks ago on the consent agenda. So this is the formality of that.
Okay. Any other?
Just a question, not about that, but I agree with Board Member Rowe earlier about the administrative, those things. So usually have personnel committee, but we haven't had any discussion on personnel. Anything we're supposed to be doing on that? I mean, it's been 3 months and we haven't had any discussion on personnel during the workshop, legislative, finance, some operations, so just. And what else in the trip my mind? Thank you for pulling it so I could ask that question.
Okay, so then I'm looking for a motion to approve items 3 and 4.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve items 3 and 4 from the consent agenda by Mr. Bryant, second by Ms. Rowe. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, and that carries. Forget to say that part. Okay, donations and grants. And one thing Mr. Anderson did not mention, but it's in the report, is last meeting we had a donation from FF&M, and that is First Farmers and Merchants of Cannon Falls. So again, thank you to them. That was acknowledged in a previous meeting, but not with their full name. So just wanted to throw that in there. And do you want to talk about the donations on this round?
Sure. Ms. Paredes or Ms. Stavirda, there's a donation from First Robotics for the high school robotics program. Is that the same as the donation that we approved a month or two ago, or is it an additional donation?
It is an additional donation.
Okay. Thank you. Usually I ask these questions
Maybe
before.
one is for the high school robotics team and the other is for the Power View robotics.
Got it.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that. So there are two donations. One is from First Robotics in the amount of $5,000 for the Red Wing High School Robotics Program. The other is from Mark and Valerie Estabrook for $50 to the Emergency Medical Fund. Just as a point of clarification, the First Robotics Program is the governing organization of the robotics competition. And so this is essentially a re-grant. So I think my guess is that people or organizations donate to First Robotics and then they re-grant it to local organizations or local robotics teams. So just to let you know. But we're grateful to both First Robotics and the Esterbrookes for their donations.
I will make the motion to approve the resolution accepting donations and grants as presented.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the attached resolution by Ms. Tiff, second by Mr. Bryant. Any further discussion? And because it is a resolution, we will do a roll call. So I'll begin with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Ms. Rowe?
Aye.
Ms. Tift? Aye. And Mr. Dirks?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Tower? Aye. And chair votes aye, so that carries. Yeah. And thank you again to those contributors. Our legislators came, and we thank them again for taking time out of their schedule to be here. So then we are up to our resolution of non-concurrence. So we have Mr. White here to speak to that.
And as he walks up to the front here, Mr. White is our school liaison for Native American programming. And I think this is your second or third year?
Second year.
Second year. Works full-time in the district, serving our Native American kids and their families. Is doing a great job. I know he's developed a lot of relationships, not just with the kids and families, but also with staff members, and is making a difference. So he helps, also kind of works with the parent committee on different topics and issues. And so that's why he's presenting the resolution of non-concurrence from the parent committee. So if you could describe more about what it is and
about what the letter is,
yeah,
or the vote.
Yeah.
The APAC committee, which is the American Indian Parent Association Committee. We met a couple weeks ago and voted per state statutes, and the vote was unanimously non-concurrent. It's okay if I just read the letter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Pursuant to Minnesota Statute Section 124D 78 Subdivision 1, the Red Wing American Indian Parent Advisory Committee is issuing a resolution of non-concurrence for the 2021-22 school year. The committee has voted and determined Red Wing Public Schools is not meeting the needs of American Indian students, being in compliance with guidelines set forth by the Minnesota Department of Education and Office of American Indian Education. And then they have six recommendations. Beginning school year, number one, beginning school year 2022-23, and each year after, the APAC requests the Native American literature class at the high school be continued. Red Wing Public School shall continue to create both academic and social opportunities for all students and staff in all our schools, which include Native culture, history, and language. 3, beginning opening week for staff in the year 2022 and each opening week thereafter, diversity, anti-bias, cultural proficiency training to be continued for all teachers and staff in Red Wing Public Schools. Including this training opening week would help make Red Wing Public School compliant with the MN Due North Education Plan. 4, pursuant to MN Statute Section 124D 77, Red Wing Public Schools shall continue to increase American Indian teachers in the district during school year 22-23. Increasing staff diversity beyond Caucasian teachers is a priority in the Minnesota Due North Education Plan. 5, Red Wing Public Schools shall continue to partner with the APAC in the writing and management of grants available to American Indian students within Red Wing Public Schools. 6, the Red Wing APAC would like all student educational assessment data just segregated by ethnicity and made available to us. For example, trend graduation rates, trend discipline data, trend special education data, trend math and reading assessments, and trend MCA data. As per MDE and OAIE guidelines, we have sent our recommendations and expect a written response from the Red Wing Public School Board to each of the above recommendations within 60 days of receipt of this letter. That's it.
And then it's signed by people.
It's signed by everybody that's on the APAC committee.
Just kind of give background information. The parent committee meets multiple times each year, at least Red Wings does.
We meet every second Wednesday of the month.
Right. And then towards, before typically before March 1st or thereabouts, then the parent committee will vote on whether or not we're meeting the needs of American Indian kids or not. They pass a resolution either way, and then we bring it here. So last year, there was a similar non-concurrence resolution. And so what I did last year is I write a letter of response, and I typically share it with Mr. White and then members of the parent committee just to kind of get their feedback. And then I'll bring back that response probably in April, I would say. I don't think I'll be able to do it on April 4th, but I'm hoping April 15th I can share that letter with you. It's actually a good process. And the part that I know at first when you hear non-concurrence, you think, oh no, there's a huge problem. And there is a huge problem because, we are not providing enough resources to provide the best education possible for Native American kids. But I think you can see from the resolution itself that most of the items are actually asking us to continue making improvements in those areas. So I think you can kind of look at it from multiple ways. And so again, Mr. Wright, you can share this with people on the parent committee. We are committed to continuing our work with our Native American parents, their kids, to provide the best education possible. So I'll write that response over the next, probably, hopefully by April 18th.
Any questions?
No?
Yes, the gist of what we're supposed to be doing with our Native American money for our Native American children is that we're supposed to be going above and beyond. And from what it sounds like to me, that the APEC doesn't feel like, and I'm not disagreeing in any way, shape, or form, that Red Wing isn't going above and beyond. Am I correct in understanding that? Above and beyond what's going on with Title I dollars, with general ed dollars, there should be more going on for our students who are Native American.
Yes.
And the committee feels right now that that's not happening.
Yes.
And the same thing happened last year.
Yes.
What didn't happen last year so that we got to this point this year? Can you give, and I'm not saying that we did everything, that's not what I'm saying at all. I want us to do better. I'm really frustrated that this is still where we're at. It's unacceptable to me. So I want to know what it is that we missed.
I mean, I can't really speak for the
Yes.
other committee
Yeah.
members, but I can give you my personal opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
The same prejudices are the same from when I came to school here. It's the same.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Do you think from staff or within the
Just the community in general.
It's in our policies. They divide us from the beginning. If you're ethnic and you're poor, you get divided right from the beginning. Why can't we all have the same, shot? Because I know a lot of non-ethnic wealthy people that struggled academically just as bad as I did. But they don't even get anything. So we're wondering why, where's this mental health issue? Where are our people going? A lot of them are sliding under the radar because right from the beginning, we're divided by ethnicity and economics. Right from the beginning. It's all written in there. It caused a lot of trauma and a lot of emotions going through this. And you wonder why I stay quiet most of the meeting. I'm still gathering myself from reading all those policies this weekend. Divided from the beginning by race and economics in our policies. Right from the beginning.
Mr. White, have we made any progress over the last 12 months?
I believe there has been lots of good done over the past year and a half.
And I think both of those statements are true. I think we've made good progress, but we have a lot more work to do.
There's a lot more to do.
And I think that's reflected in the resolution of non-concurrence.
Yes.
Do you think that the things that have been done over the last 12 months are helping or will help as long as they're continued with some of the prejudice that you're talking about?
I believe it will. More cultural sensitivity classes for staff would help out greatly. Anti-bias training I'm a huge believer in equity training for all staff. I don't care if you're a cook, if you're a janitor, if they interact with a student, it should happen.
The hiring of the teacher for the code of language,
Dakota language and cultural,
that's huge.
that's huge. That's impacted our students greatly already.
Oh, and yes.
And I
yes.
mean, they're excited to learn more.
I was a little bit kind of like Ms. Tower, surprised, not surprised, but wondering, well, we've done some things, and why we're getting it again. Not that I'm saying it's wrong, I'm just saying, like, why is this, this came again, we just talked about this a year ago, so I'm glad that the code of language and cultures be step up, because I'm excited for that, for anybody that wants to learn that language. And then your comments that we've made some progress, but we have much more to do. I believe everybody should be treated equal. I mean, clearly, I don't care what you look like. I'm totally believer of that.
And that's my whole point. My whole point, we're dividing them
We shouldn't be, everybody.
right from the beginning by race and their economic and their financial status. And I think we should just let them come in, social, emotional. Then, I'm reading up, we have to figure out where they are by 3rd grade to get them to extra. Then everybody would be able to get extra help, I think. If you just let them all in, let them all mingle, because we've got 75% of me's. This is Nikki language. We've got 75% of me's in this building right now. A lot of it is because they feed off their environment. If you gave them the same tools and resources that I got, I can guarantee you would drastically cut that in half. Just because they're in the same environment as other people who can't control themselves. You know what I mean? So let's stop dividing them when they come into our building and just let them kind of interact, see where they are, see how they feed off, see what environment they learn on, then give them the help that they need.
What would be the first step in that?
Pre-K, just kind of let them come in and see how they interact with other people.
Instead of pulling them out of rooms?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes, yes.
That's what I'm trying to
And just
understand, instead of
seeing,
identifying.
because we also have we have strong leaders within our student population that students, like Nakomi, for instance, she can help probably 5 more students than a teacher could, because they're all going to turn their eyes on her because she's one of them. They trust her. They trust that she's going to give them great guidance versus that one adult. So just to kind of, it's almost like getting them in together and see what they do with one another and see how they grow.
So peer support program.
Almost.
Well, what's the policy, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what policies are you referencing?
Wow.
No, I want to know.
I wrote
Because
them all
if they
down.
need to be rewritten, or if they need to be, looked at from a much larger lens, then we should be doing that. I mean, leaders in the district should be doing that. And that's the things that need to be identified.
I was special ed, that I was automatically sifted out of within, and like, wow, they could have, all these other people could have benefited from that too. Why did I have to be, because of my race and like financial status? No, we should be seeing how they interact, seeing if some can just even the 75% of these can just weed themselves off because they already got the tools and resources. They're not feeding off of the high energy kids anymore. They're set. You don't need IEPs or 504 programs for those ones anymore. You know what I'm saying? Just let the kids self-guide.
And that's what we were talking about with Representative Haley, is that we get so bogged down in what we have to do over here, and we lose sight of the students that are over here, because we have to check all the boxes. And I'm not making excuses.
Exactly.
I'm just saying the reality of it is, oh, well, like, I took this subset of students and I put them over here, and then I put this group over here, and juggling all the groups all the time, we lose sight of the whole child. And so I want to know more about, as we move forward with being equitable, and that is our, main way we do things. We talk about what is separating children from each other in a way that is so detrimental that it needs to be 100% shifted. Because as a special ed teacher, I know what I'm told I have to do. I don't necessarily always think that's the best thing to do, but I'm hearing you say, listen to the kids, listen to the adults, listen to the people that know kind of how things work, instead of coming from here, come from
And then
here.
getting the experiences from the people who've been in it. Like I say, a doctor can sit there and tell me everything that he wants to about my kidney disease because he read about it in a book. But at the end of the day, he actually doesn't know anything because he didn't go through my experience. You know what I'm saying? It's not a cookie cutter. I'm not a box, I'm a circle, and you keep putting me in this box when we're all circles that keep going on the road. Now you know what I mean? Experiences.
I just have one more. Maybe, I'm a solution guy, Look for solutions. When we bring the problem, what's the solution? Number 4 on your thing. If you have does the committee have any ideas or where we could look at other than for teachers of different than Caucasian, as is termed in your letter? We'll be happy to have that. If somebody knows where else for us to look at, we'll certainly look there. So pursuant shall continue to increase American Indian teachers in the district, increasing staff diversity beyond Caucasian teachers is a priority. Where else could we look? We'd love to have more come down here. But if everybody has an idea where to look, where to ask and find, we're all ears as far as I'm concerned. So, okay?
It's twofold. One, HR. They do all those things, they put all of their feelers out. And 2, it's the culture and the environment. Who wants to come?
Word of mouth, sometimes people hear stuff that,
Who wants to
I
come?
want to help everybody. So,
And why?
thank you.
And why don't they?
Thank you so much for being
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Phil.
And thanks for sticking around so long, too, Mr. Wright.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, our MCA testing plan proposal. So, Mr. Nemenich, are you hanging out on the call?
I am. Hello, everybody. I put forth a proposal to our Karsten that on April 6th, we'd like to run our MCA test for our 7th and 8th graders. Just having them in the building and then running a distance day for our 9th through 12th students. Okay. And really the issue with this, and it's kind of unique to the building this year, is that we're running 2 separate schedules, and it really makes it difficult to run these assessments when they're all day. So we're going to be running MCAs this Wednesday. So on the 23rd for 10th and 11th graders and a few 9th graders. Those are just in the morning, so it's a little different, and it won't be. It doesn't put as much of a stress on the building, and so that's why we're just the 7th and 8th grade. Basically, what it's going to do, it's going to allow us to run a better testing environment for our 7th and 8th graders to be successful in their reading and math assessments, and then of course 8th grade also takes a science assessment. It's going to allow us to utilize the building for this, so we can have more space. We can spread out. We've got room for small group testing and things like that. And then finally, it's going to allow us to utilize more personnel than we would if we had run an entire building that day. And I don't know if you many don't realize this unless you're really involved in the testing. You may not realize, but MCA proctors have to be certified staff members of our building. So they get specialized training for it and things like that. And so we have to utilize those staff. And that's why this would make things a little bit easier for that particular day with the 7th and 8th grade. Well, that's basically what we're asking for is could we run a day of distance learning for our 9 through 12 and then run in the building for our 7th and 8th graders on April 6th. That's a Wednesday.
Are there issues with having an e-learning day that's not related to school closure, you know, like weather related? Is that, can we do this?
Yeah, I can speak to that real quick and just say we wouldn't call it an e-learning day. It's a distance learning day. And that's a semantics thing for the state, but so it wouldn't be involved with that. But we do have based on statute and things like that, we meet all the requirements, and we just have to make sure there are certain things we have to make sure we're doing that day to call it a regular school day, and we will do that. So we'll have 9 through 12 students will have a regular schedule. We'll be running they'll have to meet with their classes on a scheduled basis so that we can count that as a day for them as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Just a comment.
Yeah.
George, it's good to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to be back, believe me. Even if it's remote, it's just nice to be back in and working. So I appreciate that.
Really good to see you. I'll make a motion to convert April 6th from a regular school day to distance learning day for students in grades 9 through 12.
Okay.
A couple of questions or comments. So how is food gonna work that day? We're sending 800 kids home. What's lunch, breakfast and lunch gonna be like for those 800 kids who aren't gonna be in school that day?
I guess I don't know. I mean, if they're at home, I guess that's a good question. I don't know. It's a distance day for them, so.
Yeah, we need to talk to Ms. Pena to see if she has any plans as far as providing that food. So we don't know the answer to that.
Mm-hmm. And what about, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I understand the request and wanting to make a testing environment easier for 7th and 8th graders, but I have a really hard time sending 800 kids home. I'm struggling a little bit with this. What are all of our food service workers doing? What are the paraprofessionals doing that day then? We're still paying them. We're still paying the bus drivers. It's a very expensive day for a lot of people to not have to do anything.
We will be utilizing, most of our staff will be utilized for the testing. So, I don't think there's as far as the staff for the high school go, that they're all going to be used. That was the idea behind it, is that it's going to give us that personnel. If they have to be in the building, this is where, and I realize what you're saying, Pam, I completely understand that. It is kind of a different type of request. The problem is that it's going to really stress the workforce in the building that day when we're testing all day with those 7th and 8th graders. So that's really the issue more than if it was just a half day or something like that, it might be a little bit easier, but it's really going to tax our staff and the building. Really, we don't have a lot of extra space when everybody's here. So that's one of the reasons behind it too.
Well, and I don't mean to imply that our teachers aren't going to be doing anything. I did mean that, but we've got bus drivers that are only going to be taking small snippets of kids, and all the paras who are one-on-one with kids are doing small groups. How does those work on these distance learning days.
Yeah,
Is this the best educational option for 800 kids?
well, we all prefer in-person learning as much as possible. So it's sort of, pluses and minuses with the proposal. I think there are very few, if any, general education paras in the high school. As far as special education, paraprofessionals, those who work one-on-one with kids will be obligated to provide that assistance virtually for those kids. If they're, custodians, of course, are still going to be cleaning the buildings. The rooms clean might look different, or the scope of the cleaning might be different in those rooms. Bus drivers will still be running the routes. They won't be picking up as many kids, obviously. But I know that between Mr. Nemenich and Ms. Walker, that every employee in the high school will have worthwhile assignments to complete that day.
I think the other piece that I talked about the food piece. I mean, I feel very strongly that we have some response to, well, they're at home, so they're at home. Or do we pack lunches, or do we, and then I know that the food service workers, because if they're trying to pack up lunches on Tuesday for everybody to get something to take home Wednesday, I mean, a lot of these kids, yeah, they can be home on their own, but
yeah, and that one,
I want some response to the food question.
Yeah, we would need to contact Ms. Pena to see what food service can do either on Tuesday to send home with kids, or to make available on Wednesday if kids into the building. So we don't have an answer to that at this time, anyway.
Mr. Bryant?
Thank you. The reason I made the motion was we've struggled here as a board understanding the scores on the MCAs. This is one way for us to get more focus on that day. And so the other part is, and I knew that, or heard, or figured out that most of the teachers and EAs may be helping and getting this with the 7th and 8th graders. The food was an interesting one there, but I think if we come up to the next meeting in April with an idea how we're gonna handle the food, maybe Mr. Johnson's here. Since they're not running as many buses that day, they can maybe run some buses out there. We don't even know that. We don't ask, we won't know. So we'll have like 14 days before the next meeting to do it, but I'm for it because it's a one-time request. We haven't had them, we're not gonna do it because of something else or something else. This is the first time I can recall us even going to a distance learning day for a school testing purpose. And I want to see our MCA scores start improving. We'd like to measure that from this to see how it goes down the road. So.
Ms. Howard? I was on the same page with you initially off the bat. Yes, we like the quiet environment, the small class sizes, the more attention to the kids if they're struggling with their, computers, or if they're trying to sneak their phone, or if they're trying, all of those little nuanced things that kids do during testing. Perfect scenario. However, you're right. We're responsible during that day to provide meals for our students, distance or home. It's a huge issue. And is the testing day, George, April 6th?
Yes, we set the date for that Wednesday after break. Correct.
Can we do it the following Wednesday after break to give more time for preparation? Or does it have to be that day?
Well, I think ideally it would be better to go the 6th. And here, the only reason I say that, and I don't know for sure how, Robin's got a lot of testing going on through the rest of the month. With the elementaries will be starting up with their MCA testing. So I'm not sure if we have that leeway or not. That's a question I'd have to ask Robin, but the reason we were kind of trying to figure this out was that we were hoping, actually we were kind of hoping if we could get it all done prior to the break, but then things kind of got backed up a little bit. But that's a question I can ask. I can certainly ask.
Because they're both right, right? Jim, like, I totally agree with Jim, that would be a perfect opportunity to just take a break and let kids really focus on something that we want them to focus on. But at the same time, if we don't have enough time to actually prepare, because are you on break next week?
We are next week, yep.
It doesn't give a lot of preparation time for what could be a great idea. But if you had a Google Doc and kids could sign up for a lunch, then the cafeteria staff would know who wants a lunch prior to going into, that day up, that teach from home day. I mean, it would be some type of way to figure it out for kids. That's why I'm just suggesting the following week. But I think that your idea, George, is really good, and I understand both sides. I just think the day is wrong.
I just wanted to add one more little thing I forgot. I get the meal thing, but if it would snow that day, we didn't have school, not a critical posting, staff would be here and no meals would go on.
That's not our control.
I understand that, but I'm just saying is we're given enough notice here. Now, when snow falls, you don't get any notice. School is canceled that morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. So let's just try to figure out something we can do with an answer on, maybe we'll get, if we're not enough people sign up, how can we get food, or with Mr. Johnson, and if there's some needs there. So.
And Mr. Pagel has his hand raised. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just so happen to be sitting here next to Robin Pagel. So I'm going to hand my computer over to her.
Hi, everyone. So just wanted to address some of the questions about going a week later. I guess for me, in all the prep that it has to get ready with the elementary schools, that would cause a lot of, it would be difficult for me to do that because it takes a while to set up the sessions, get all the kids in the sessions, make sure everything's prepared for elementary. That starts the following week. Plus I have AP testing starting as well at the beginning of May, and I have to get all of that scheduled and situated too. And so as I was going through the testing schedule, for me, looking at how can I best lay it all out to get everything done in a timely fashion and organized, this was what worked. Because the AP tests start the first week of May, but there's a lot that goes into getting that ready as well. And so trying to do that on top of the other jobs that I have for the school is really why I'm asking for the 6th.
Okay. There. Ms. Tower.
Thank you. Robin and George, would it be feasible to have the kids sign up through a Google Doc to order lunch for that day? If we know today we have 4 days to plan for that, and then when they come back from their spring break, they'll have Monday and Tuesday. Is that enough time to put something like that together?
I mean, I think it could be. I mean, like Carson said earlier. I think we'll have to work through the student nutrition services to make sure that that's feasible for them too. I mean, that's a question we'd have to ask them, I guess. Yeah.
Ms. Pagel, did you have something else to add?
I was just going to state what George said.
Mr. Gears?
Yeah, certainly, we want to try to do what we can on lunches and everything else. I applaud this idea of doing this way, and I'm not going to bother anybody by saying that, but it's critical, I think, that we do our testing in as quiet and organized manner as we possibly can. Might have been nice to have this idea out 2 weeks earlier. This is reality this day. And I don't want to play games 2 weeks from now trying to harder. Didn't like my speech, I guess. But in the end, I think I don't understand why our nutrition lunch staff can't prepare a meal Tuesday for the students to take home on Wednesday if they sign up on Monday. and then they pick it up there and take it home with them. I don't be done if that's the major stumbling block. I'm fully on board with this motion. I don't want to be trying to alter it anymore, and I will support this motion.
If there's no other discussion,
Sorry, this is Robin again. I would just like to add one more thing, just because with the 7th and 8th grade testing on the same day, 8th grade teachers also teach 9th through 12th grade classes. And we would have to find subs for them that day, plus a room for them to teach those kids in. And doing the current testing for the 10th and 11th that will happen this week, we have one room in our building, the training room, that isn't used, and trying to find places for teachers to go to be able to teach a class when we run 2 separate schedules for the 8th grade, 7th and 8th grade versus 9-12 is really difficult because classes overlap for their times. I honestly don't know that we have the space.
Ms. Howard?
I was just going to say, I'm all in favor of this if we can come up with a lunch plan for the students who will not be there. I feel like it's our responsibility to make sure they're fed. We're sending them home. The snow's not sending them home. Tornado's not sending them home. We're sending them home. So it's our responsibility. So I can support it if there's a lunch plan. I love the idea. It's great for testing purposes. But if you're not taking a test, it's not ideal. And we know how many students are hungry.
Do you want to make an amendment to the motion, or do you want to just add it as a comment so we hear on the 4th what the plan is, what food service is able to do?
I don't want to hear they couldn't.
I think they will.
That's what I don't want to hear. So do I need an amendment? I don't think so.
Okay. Well then, so we have a motion to convert April 6th from a regular student day to a distance learning day for students in grades 9 through 12, made by Mr. Bryant, second by Ms. Tift. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, and that passes 6-1.
Yes.
Yes.
Carson, given the discussion on the food, do you feel you need to talk to food service to see to it that we can put a meal plan together for those students on Wednesday? Or should there be a motion from the board directing you at this, or directing that our food service people come up with a plan for the meal for those students on that day?
I think regardless, we're, Mr. Nemenich and I will be talking to Ms. Bailey on what we can do.
To see what we can do, or I don't think there should be any question that we can't figure out how to do it.
Well, Mr. Nemenich, do you know if we provided food during the 3 days before Christmas? I can't remember. So at the same time, we're fine with making it happen on April 6th. So we will talk to Ms. Pena tomorrow and ask her to follow through with somehow providing meals for the incoming kids.
So will it happen without a motion?
I will contact Ms. Pena. I don't know all the state requirements or federal requirements to be able to say with 100% certainty to do it, but we're going to make every effort to make it happen. Mr. Nemenich, can I ask you to talk to Ms. Pena tomorrow?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Would you be able to send an update out to the board so we're not waiting till April 4th? Just send us an email, let us know what the plan is, what you figure out this week.
No problem.
Can you do that?
Yeah. I'm going on vacation this week, so if hopefully we can figure this out before Friday. If that's, I can send out the update. Otherwise, Mr. Nemenich can.
Yeah, I'll send it out.
That would be great. Okay, there's a request to take a 5-minute recess. So It is 8:28. So I'm gonna put us in recess until, what is that? I can't do math. 8:33. I can't do math this late in the day.
50 years.
Good, 8:33. All right, potty break.
Gotcha, now, didn't it?
Yeah, you did. Well, I was trying not to overstate it. But you know, I'm trying to go from the referendum. There's 3 years since the referendum. given the way we left our conversation on food for the kids, I would like to make a motion that we direct administration and our food service department to come up with a plan and implement a method of distributing food to the grades 9 through 12 on the testing day.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay. I might need you to help repeat that. So,
Direct administration.
direct admin and food service to come up with a
Plan and distribute.
plan to distribute food for
Grades 9 through 12 on the MCA testing day.
on April 6th.
Okay.
That work?
Yeah, April 6th is fine.
Mr. Dirks made a motion to direct admin and food service to come up with a plan to distribute food for grades 9 through 12 on April 6th. Second by Ms. Tower. Is there discussion?
Point of clarification, when you say distribute to, do you mean that they should be distributed on buses? Or could it be offered like the day before, or what's your thinking?
My distributor is come up with a plan. I'm okay with day before. I
Okay.
distribute.
All right, just wanted to clarify.
But I appreciate your asking for the question. I just want to make sure that there is a method to get a meal to those students if they want one.
Mr. Bryant?
Thank you. I'm all for getting the students the meal. I just don't think we need to make a motion on it because we pay a person $150,000 to hear what we said here today. He says we want to do it, we should do it. So I'm all for getting students the meals, but I don't think we should be dictating a motion for him to do what he's supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm all for getting the kids the meals. Don't get me wrong.
Any other discussion? Thoughts?
I just want to say the reason for the motion is I didn't get a clear answer whether it would happen or not. It said they would talk to them. I want to make sure it happens.
Sure.
That's why the motion is there.
Appreciate it.
If there's no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
A 2 or 3? 2, okay.
I couldn't tell either.
Okay, 5-2. And we will look for that update. All right. Then I believe we are moving on to our cooperative arrangement with Zabrota Mazeppa for hockey. Here for us to
Yes, good evening. This has been a process that's been about, depending on who you talk to, 18 months in length. It started, we have a number of Zimbrota kids that are in our youth program at the boys level. Dodge County, who's been sort of a conglomerate in southeastern Minnesota, has dissolved their co-op, and a large contingent of Zimbrota Mazeppa kids will not have a place to call home for hockey next year. And Tony Brown, activities director at Zimbrota Mazeppa, approached me in September. I knew it was sort of in the works, and there's been discussions amongst our youth board here in town, youth association. But it became more official when Tony Brown contacted me in September, and we've sort of been working on this throughout the year. So as it sits right now, at the end of this year, Zimbrota Mazeppa kids will not have a place to call home in hockey. There's a number of kids that will be displaced, and they won't have a place to play. We also have a strong contingent of 8th and 9th graders playing currently in Red Wing. They drive to Red Wing a couple times a week to practice, to play games. And the Zimbrota board acted on it last week. I think we're looking at a spot here where it could increase our numbers. It will not displace any Red Wing kids. If you look at our numbers from a JV varsity level, we might struggle to have 2 teams that we've had for a number of years at the high school level, and by adding some of these numbers, it will allow both the JV and varsity for sure on the boys side next year. I'm not sure how the numbers will fall out on the girls side. So it's a place for our close neighbors to call home and play hockey. I think it's also important that this board knows that co-ops are quite common throughout the state, but they're not common to Red Wing. We have been in a spot where numbers have been good in a large number of our activities. As you probably well know, we did form a co-op with Northfield with Alpine Ski a couple of years ago, where our kids are allowed to compete for Northfield. And so really this is allowing kids that are currently playing in Red Wing at the youth level, don't have a place right now because of the Dodge County dissolution of their co-op, to find a home to play hockey in. And as you can see by the proposal, I'm not going to go through it, but Mazeppa would reimburse us at any cost per student that we would normally pay for a student athlete to compete here in Red Wing. So with that, I can take some questions. I know you've been in the meeting for a while.
Ms. Rowe? Yeah, I have a question, Paul. So why did Dodge County change their contract? And as I understand it, they were looking at maybe changing classes, wanting to change classes. And so will this force us to change class as well because of the number of students we have now?
Yeah, good question. I can't speak entirely for Dodge County. I can say that sort of the rumor on the street was it was a class issue where they were moved up to the AA classification, because in this particular instance, we would just be adding Zimbrota Mazeppa. It would not change our classification. We would stay in Class A. We would stay in the Big Nine. It would not change anything on those ends.
Thank you.
Mr. Dirks?
Thank you. First, I want to say I'm a little disappointed I didn't hear anything about this before tonight. If this has been in the works since last September. And then we're at a vote here tonight with this first information I've seen on this. Secondly, we have had people that have open enrolled into our district to be part of our hockey team in the past, and they've been great players. And one of the things about having your own sport sometimes is that students will come to your district so they can participate in a certain sport. I don't know if we've had it happen, but there are sports we don't have that other area schools do have, and have we lost students because we didn't have that program here. Well, those are just a few things that come out. Then the next thing comes ice arena. We pay for that by the ice arena levy, and we, if I understand it right, have chosen not to charge ice time to our own school teams. Who's going to pay for their share of our ice time on that arena levy, because our expenses aren't going to show up as an expense for the team because the ice time isn't factored into that. So in effect, we're going to bill Zimbrota for the percentage of the players on our team and our expenses, transportation, all these other things that we have, but we're not going to get any help for the ice arena that the public in our school district is paid for. So at this time, I cannot support this tonight.
Ms. Buck?
I would like to say the opposite. Thank you, Paul, and anybody else who has had a hand in doing this, because this is what community is. Even though they're not directly in our community, they're our neighbors. When our neighbors need help, we give them help. We take them under our wing. So congratulations, and thank you to everybody who put this together. You got Nikki Buck's support.
Ms. Bryant?
Thank you. Mr. Hartman, I think this is a very good idea. I was at a couple hockey games this winter and saw the number of kids, talking to parents, the numbers of kids, you know, barely able to get a JV team and a varsity team, and only 2 lines, sometimes a 3rd line, not enough players. I think this is a nice idea. Fully supportive of partnering with a neighbor to help them out, and in fact, helping us out. So.
Ms. Howard?
Mr. Hartman, is this a written contract that they sign with all of those things that you outlined for us?
Yes.
Does any of that money go towards ice anything?
Well, my understanding, and Jackie could maybe speak more to this. Somebody say something there, I'm sorry.
I said in a roundabout way, does somehow the money get to the ice or the facility?
Gotcha. Yeah, we do not charge our teams for that ice time. We do charge our youth organization for that ice time, which a number of Zumbrota kids are paying for right now. They're growing in our program. They're contributing to our youth association. They're helping to pay some of those ice costs. But at the high school level, no, they're not necessarily. We would not factor, or at least we have chosen not to factor that in. You know, the other thing that was mentioned, if I could respond to it, was maybe I misused the word "in the works," and I should have used "researched." This co-op opportunity was brought to me 3 years ago. Within my first week on the job, and I've taken my time to listen to a lot of different people. So it hasn't been actively worked on, other than trying to research and listen to as many people as possible and try to make the best decision for Red Wing hockey in this particular instance, just like we try to do with all of our activities. So, Ollie, that's not a great answer to your question, other than they would reap the benefits of playing in our program, and they would use that ice time. They wouldn't have extra ice time as a result of this. The practice times would be the same, and they would be a benefit to our program. It would allow more of our Red Wing kids to play, because we'd have 2 teams. And again, hopefully that continues to be the case throughout a number of years. But this is also going to provide Red Wing kids more opportunities as well.
You roundabout answered it by the kids in the rec programs or in that they pay for. So there is some cost coming from students outside helping. So, you know, that I understand that. It's great. I hope it works, and I give it a thumbs up.
Do you know, Mr. Hartman, approximately how many students this would be?
Yeah, good question. That is fluid, because we have there's going to be 4 to 5 that are going to come from Dodge County, we believe, next year. There was 1 or 2 that chose not to play for Dodge County this year because of the dissolution that may come back. We may gain more numbers as a result of maybe some proximity within Red Wing, but I do know that there's 5 or 6 students that are currently on our Bantam team, which are usually a year or 2 away from our high school team, that are have developed relationships over the last 5 or 6 years, have played with our Red Wing kids, that will be hopefully a part of this program.
One comment, please find where girls fall.
I'm with you, 100%. I'm with you. Yes.
Rhoda Mazeppa, if you're out there, come join us.
Okay. So I'm looking for a motion.
I make a motion to approve the Red Wings and Rhoda Mazeppa hockey co-op proposal as presented by Mr. Hartman.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Bryant to approve the Red Wings and Rhoda Mazeppa cooperative agreement as presented, and second by Ms. Buck. Is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Or no.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay. Oh, you can't have both.
Can't do that.
Okay, either way it passes. I got you.
He changed his mind, he doesn't want to.
I was surprised.
Wait.
Okay, yes.
We got that. We had 70 ayes and 1 no.
Arlen voted twice.
Thank you. Our hockey community will be excited.
Thank you. So next up, we have to re-establish combined polling places because of redistricting. So just because of the different boundaries, and we have to designate it by March 29th. So.
And Lisa Stigert is present to present it and answer any questions that you might have.
Ms.
All
Bryant?
right. Well, good evening, everyone. And as Anna just stated, they recently did a census the last couple of years, and the federal and state redistricting have been completed. And the resolution before you is the same resolution that you passed on October 18 of 2021. Neither the city nor the county have changed their polling locations. So this resolution is to establish locations in case we have a special election that does not take place at the same time as a state or federal election.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bryant?
Lisa, is this for this calendar year only?
Yes.
I saw it was for school district election not held on the date of statewide election. So that answers that question. If for some reason next week we have to hold a special election.
Well, good luck getting one done in a week, but yes.
I'm just saying. We may know about it.
Also, before January 1st of each year, the school board needs to rework that resolution for the following calendar year. So let's just make that because of the redistricting.
Yes, that's a very good point. It's quite possible this resolution will come before you again at the end of this year for the 2023 calendar year.
I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second. Okay, I read, we have a motion by Ms. Howard to approve the attached resolution reestablishing combined polling places for multiple precincts and designating hours that during which the polling places will remain open for voting for school district elections not held on the day of the statewide election. And the resolution is attached. Second by Ms. Tift. Any further discussion? Yep. So because it is a roll call, yep, because it is a resolution, we are doing a roll call vote. So I'll start with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Dierks.
Aye.
Ms. Rowe.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, 7-0. Easiest one of the night. Okay. So transportation.
We've talked about this issue over the last meetings in terms of grade configurations and transportation options for next year. A couple of things that we need to decide at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later. First of all, do we want a one-tier or two-tier transportation system? I think all of us would love to have a one-tier transportation option because of the narrow range between groups of kids going to school. We can adjust the starting times and ending times easily. Unfortunately, the estimated cost is at least $650,000 per year to implement such a system. And that's truly just an estimate because first we would negotiate with first student during unprecedented times in terms of finding drivers, buses, and guaranteeing that service during current times. So again, that's an estimate of $650,000. So the recommendation is to proceed or to continue with a two-tier system for the upcoming school year. The second issue that we should decide is transporting secondary kids or elementary kids on the first transportation tier if we go for the two-tier system. As you know, this year we had elementary kids go first. And the recommendation from the administrative team is to flip-flop that and have the secondary kids go on the first tier next year. You can see the different options. There are three of them that are presented. One would be a two-tier system with secondary kids first and then elementary. Option two would be the two-tier system with elementary first, then secondary. Option three would be an example of a one-tier system. We do have some notes from our transportation routers who are on the call this evening. We also have pros and cons for each of the options. Again, the recommendation administratively is to continue with the two-tier system and have the secondary kids go first.
Questions, comments? Mr. Bryant?
Terry, good evening.
Hello.
Just a question, how come the cost of increasing 7 buses from the 2-tier to the 1-tier, the cost per day went up $16, $17 per bus. Per day.
Nikki's the one who came up with the cost estimates. Nikki, can you answer that?
So the cost per day per bus goes off of the contracts that we negotiate with First Student. For a 1-tier, it's a 3-hour time. We took what our rate was previously when we did have a 1-tier system with that 3-hour time period, and increased it to where it would be this year, and then added a 10% increase on top of that, because that is what statewide increases are looking like if we are negotiating at this time, like this year. So you would probably be looking at around that 405 per day per bus. That is not an exact number though, because we have not done that negotiation with First Student.
Sure. And the other question on it, if you do the estimated of 4 hours, 20 buses times 4 hours, that's 80 hours. 27 buses at 3 hours, that's 81 hours.
So it doesn't go off the hours, it goes off that daily rate.
Okay. It just seems odd. Well, you calculated 3 hours to 27, so the cost per day per bus for 3 hours per day is higher than 4 hours per day. And that just doesn't seem logical to increase 1 hour of 7 buses and increase 1 hour of bus activity for $650,000.
So if we were to renegotiate our current contract with First Student, that 389 would look a lot higher also. But we are locked into that rate because we renegotiated last year.
Oh, these are last year prices for the first time.
These are last year's prices?
For the 2-tier.
For the 2-tier, when it was last year, that was decided for next year. So that rate's already set. There's no changing that, even though bus companies are looking to increase rates going forward.
Okay, I just couldn't come up with the math in my head as to how you increase 1 hour of bus. You add 7 buses, I get that. But 1 hour of bus service, and you're going up to $650,000 a day. So basically 165, 170 hours a year, we're paying $650,000. The math just didn't work for me very well.
Plus also, I believe, Nikki, there's, when you're down to the 3 hours on a 1-tier system, there are more overages of the 3 hours in the day that come into play. Because if we go over to the 3 hours on a route, there's X amount of dollars that are after that. So I think that was also factored into it. Correct, Nikki?
Yes.
Still can't wrap my head around it. So.
My turn?
Yep.
I'm ready to hold off a little bit, but I'll ask a question now. I guess we're talking bus and bus cross, but I'll put this out. Maybe somebody can study it and come up with an answer. I'm looking at our class time missed under different schedule options, and one is that we go with 2-tier system, option 1 and option 2, and it's telling us the number of total minutes missed. But what I haven't seen is, does anybody got any statistics on how many hours of staff time are missed at the end of the day? And do we have to pay for a sub? I assume we do, not the sub paying for their sub to take their place when they're doing this event. And do we have any numbers on what it's costing us for staff if we stay with the late start on the high school?
Yeah, Paul Hartman has some rough data in terms of how many staff members are impacted, so I think we can extrapolate from there.
So if somebody wants to figure it while you're discussing, that's fine with me.
Unless, Paul, do you have a quick answer?
No, I don't have that number, but I guess I can speak to Arlen's question regarding the hidden costs of all those staff members leaving and a licensed math teacher or science teacher leaving for 45 minutes early, and then a licensed teacher, but maybe not licensed in that subject area, subbing in that area. So there's hidden costs other than just the straight financials, but I do not have the financials.
Ms. Rowe?
So when we had this conversation the last time, right, because we've already had this conversation, and our choice was what is being recommended today. And we voted on that, and then that quickly turned because we got a lot of parent feedback that said they wanted the older kids to stay home and help the younger kids get on the bus. So I was in support of what is being recommended the last time we voted for this. I wanted the, you know, it makes complete sense to have the older kids come to school earlier because of all the activities. And I know our students, we run close to 100% of students. I mean, I certainly think that's the goal, is to get every single student in some sort of activity. Now, those don't always happen after school, but, and I am in support of the recommendation today, but what I'm struggling with is putting our kids and our families through yet another transition and a change. And I understand the need for families to have the older siblings to help the younger siblings get on the bus. So then the conversation, I mean, we've already had all these conversations, right? So we're just rehashing everything we've already talked about. But I think the issue is, how on earth can we get our school district into a one-tier system? That needs to be the conversation. How do we find the $650,000 to make this happen? Do we cut elsewhere? I mean, nobody wants to do that. And we're already going to have to cut for our next budget. And I'm not saying we need to make that decision today, but I think we've heard loud and clearly that the two-tier system does not work for our families. And, you know, we can talk about referendum planning all we want, but they are our consumers. We are providing a service. And if we want families in our community to really support us and get behind us in a referendum, we also have to think about what their needs are. And we've clearly heard from them a year ago, or whenever it was the last time we were having this conversation. So I'm stuck today, really, because I can support the recommendation because I think that's where my head was a year ago. But the families in our district are saying this isn't going to work for us. So are we going to do the same mistake and vote for the recommendation, and then tomorrow we get 300 emails and then we change our minds again? I mean, that did no good service to anybody in our district. That was chaotic. It did not work. So I think we really have to be careful about whatever decision we do make, because it has major ramifications if we're going to go out and ask people for money in November.
Well said.
Ms. Tower?
Somebody had emailed us, or me, and I said, as of now, I don't have a decision, because I have to hear the recommendation and I have to read it, and then I have to think about it. And I'm with you on this, Pam. I just want $650,000 so everybody can go to school at the same time. Mm-hmm. And case Ross, you know, like, that's what I want. So Jackie, where is $650,000? That's my only question tonight.
Before we talk about money, there's something that I really, and I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I would love to do a one-tier system. It would be fantastic. The last time that we went from a two-tier system to a one-tier system, I lost between 15 to 20% of my bus drivers due to the fact they did not make as much money. Top that with 7 more routes at least being added, I'm looking at roughly 12 short on bus driver end. The current situation with bus drivers nationally is it's not a good deal. The amount of applications that I'm getting in currently, I haven't even probably got more than 10 since the beginning of the school year.
I'm thinking about it.
If you really want, Nikki could probably speak to this better than I can. I know what my sister company, what my sister locations in the cities are going through. I'm the only, honestly, right now, I'm the only fully staffed first student location in Minnesota. And if you talk to other school districts and other bus companies, they would love to be in the situation that I'm currently in. And Nikki, can you explain some of the things that you're running into? I think you guys you're dealing with the Stillwater School District. I want to give you guys what you want, but also I know that I got to do it right, and I just don't feel. I mean, like I said, I'd love to do it. It's more revenue for me, but it's just the cold hard facts of everything. And I'm not even sure a first student could guarantee that we'd be able to fill it.
I appreciate that honesty, because I think that's a huge factor in our decision making tonight.
It's just where we are, you know. And prior to going to the two-tier system, when I first came here 7 years ago, it's already been, I was running 14 short daily. And we were getting it covered because my locations up in the Twin Cities were able to provide me with drivers. And I just don't have that resource available to me right now. Now, I'm not saying, in the future at some point that it's a no, but right now I'm going to be as upfront and honest as I possibly can.
I put myself in the queue.
Nikki,
Sorry. Oh, yes. Nikki, go ahead.
Yeah, so I work with multiple school districts. Currently, I'm working with 6 of them, and Brentwood is the only one that I haven't had to send morning communication to families saying you're not going to have a bus today. And that it happens on a daily basis in other districts. Hundreds of kids cannot get to school by their normal transportation because there's not bus drivers, and that's an everyday thing.
So I have I have a few thoughts and a question. So one of my questions is, in the previous transportation update, CISO talked about doing an opt-in for high school. And I know I do after-school classes, and I show up to see the huge line of people picking up their kids. So I know a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people are picking up their kids. Can we do an opt-in for everybody so that we're not saying we need 20 buses and really we're running them half full? You know what I mean? Can we do an opt-in for everyone so that the people who aren't going to take advantage of that transportation are not taken into account when we're trying to determine our numbers?
So you guys can make that decision. I opting in for schoolers is where we see the biggest difference. Most elementary / middle school families, if they're not going to use transportation, they will opt out. Our buses are not running half full at that age group. It's the high schoolers that we don't get a good view on who's riding and who's not. You guys can make the decision to do an opt-in for all students. What ends up happening in other districts that I see that is families forget to opt in. So the second school, they're trying to get on their buses because they're used to a bus just automatically being added.
And then we're having to add buses late because so many students are registering after the first day of school.
So my other thoughts are, one, that we need to do what's best for our families. And like Ms. Rowe said, far and away, what they want is a one-tier system. And I know the money doesn't grow on trees, and I know that it would be difficult to find the money to pay for it, to find the drivers for it. But in the grand scheme of all that we're doing as a district, I feel like we need to prioritize what's best for our kids and what's best for our families over how we're going to make the transportation work. I just, like, the math doesn't work out for me, like Mr. Bryant was talking about. I'm extremely frustrated that this is the best that we can do. I don't think it is. And I really would support a one-tier system for us to at least try to figure it out, to do what we can, because that's what we hear over and over and over again. Barring that, I am not in favor of the recommendations for the same reasons I wasn't really in favor of them last go around, and what we heard from our families that, and what the evidence shows that elementary students do better earlier in the day and our older students do better later in the day. We also, in terms of activities, I've heard from some different high school representatives about the number of activities that are taking place before school, both athletic practices, but more student clubs and groups that are meeting before school. And so a lot more students are being able to participate in those because they're not having to choose between that and sports or other after school activities. They can do things before school. They can do things then after school as well. So I really don't support option one at all. I would support option two under duress, but really it's option three for me, the one-tier system. I think that's what people want. That's what is best for our kids. And we have to figure out how to make it happen. Mr. Dirks, you're up next.
Okay. It's a tough decision, and I appreciate you, Terry, telling us the way it is. And I believe you 100% what you're saying. I know what the transportation industry is in general. And one of the things seen what went on this past year is when you start hearing that there's no bus drivers in the cities, they don't run around. My question is, what happens if a bus route can't be done?
I think Nikki can answer that question probably better than anyone.
Yeah, so right now when bus routes can't be run, we either need to run them hours late. So we send out communication to families in the morning around 6:30-ish in other districts saying your bus does not have a driver today. It is going to run 2 hours late or 3 hours late. And then those kids end up being late to school. We do have some districts that can't run buses late because they don't have workers in the midtime or they can't afford to run buses outside their normal hours. So then those kids just do not have transportation that day. They, again, get a message in the morning, say your bus route will not run today. And those parents and families have to find alternative options.
Okay, you answered it through her. Now I'm asking you, what are we gonna do if they can't get the kids to school?
We'll call parents to ask them to pick up their own kids, and those who can't, kids will need to stay.
And I'm sure you don't wanna do that. I don't wanna do it.
I don't want to do it.
Nobody wants to do it. I'm just trying to be realistic in this tight labor market, what we can and can't do. So that's the first thing. I mean, the bottom line is and what are the penalties for students if they can't give us with it? I'm sure they're gonna watch themselves if they sign a new contract that they aren't gonna get out to dry.
Yeah, that's above my pay grade.
Somebody's going to. Nobody wants to be hung out to dry if they can't. They're gonna. maybe another way of doing it is that first student can guarantee it, but they're gonna have to raise the rate so dramatically that they're given 4 hours pay for 2.5 hours work. So they can guarantee it to us. Bottom line is, it's not a good situation on that. That's the first thing. Second, I spent a lot of time reviewing the charter school transportation and what was there and some different things. And one of the things I saw in there was that the charter schools can pay parents to bring their kids to school. Is that option available to us as a district, that we could have people opt out of bus transportation and then we pay them a fee to get to school on their own if there is a busing district?
We actually thought about that a couple of years ago when we were planning for COVID, because we were trying to reduce how many kids would be on those buses. Nikki, can you tell us if other school districts do that?
I honestly don't work with any that do that. So I can't tell you about it. I apologize. I could look into it, but I've never been part of a district that pays families to not use the school bus.
Okay. Third, I haven't heard that we've had, or maybe we've had it and I haven't heard the results. How full are our buses when they're leaving the schools right now?
The buses on the elementary level are, you know, to the capacities that, you know, that they would normally be at. When you're going farther out, some of those buses are less because of the time that's involved with it. High school is where we run into the buses not being quite as full, which is why we're asking for the opt-in to try to find out exactly where we are on those so that we can, you know, work the buses that way.
What I'm getting at here is the opt-out that you're asking parents to do. I'm trying to establish, if we were, somebody rides the bus one day every month and that, so they're in the count and they have to have a space on the bus, would we be able to entice them not to ride the bus at all if we gave them a fee to not ride the bus? And I'm looking at other options. I can't get an answer tonight. I'm just putting a bunch of stuff that I'm thinking through my head. Is there a way to get that number down? I mean, the bottom line is you need 7, if we go to the single tier system, you need 7 more drivers, and you need not to lose the 20 you got, or whatever number it is. I mean, I'm sure you got, it's more because you got morning, night, whatever. I get it. And I honestly don't want to be in a position to say, sorry, your kids can't be transported to school today. If you can't bring them there, you got to stay home. That's not the answer. So I probably have to support one of these other two. Which one of the 2 tier for the next year? And the 600-some thousand, I could almost be willing to stretch to that if I could guarantee that the bus system would work on time and not have a shortage of drivers. I could honestly look at it. But
one of the things that I am able to say is I would not be able to guarantee. I don't want, you know, that's one thing that I've been entrusted with to inform you. You know, as far as pricing and everything else goes, that's not, you know, in my purview. But I can say now, as far as, you know, the 2-tier system to transfer in transportation, it doesn't matter whether it's secondary first or elementary first. It works. We make it work. So it's not, you know, there's preferential, you know, things on that we'd like, but we can make those both work equally.
I put a few ideas off, a few of my comments and stuff in here. I don't know if we have to make a decision tonight. I know everybody wants to get this over with, and it might be that we have to decide this tonight from our standpoint. If we have that vote tonight, I can support either one of the 2-tier systems. I cannot, in good conscience, believe we are good stewards of our district, because I don't believe we'll get our kids to school on the bus every day if we go to a single tier. That's my honest opinion, what I see looking outside in, hearing Terry. I can be totally wrong. I will say I probably have a preference, and it's a flip-flop for me last year. I said that elementary should be first, and the high school second, but given when I look at everything here, I made 51% late start for elementary and early start for the high school, 51%. But I can live with either one.
Can I say one thing? I am hiring based off of a one-tier system, just so everybody knows that. My hiring practices, I don't slow down. I don't stop because I'm full at a two-tier. I am always striving, you know, in the back of my mind, I know that that's what the community wants. So my hiring practices are still to try to get to a one-tier system. It's just, I don't have the people applying. And we try different things. We've got signing bonuses. We've got, you know, they get through one part of the training, they get a TV along with the bonus. We've done a lot of things to entice a lot of people, and it's right now, I just don't feel that money is a motivator and a factor for people to actually come and do it.
Mr. Bryant, you're up.
Thank you. I can't believe people don't like cash or money.
I know.
And, you know, you've heard me before, Terry.
Yeah.
I'm fully on support of one tier, and I get what you're saying. However, we're going to a referendum this fall, and we just, man, I hit it on the nail, you know. People, you know, this will be a divider. And I think the opting in, or that thing that we talked about a while back, mostly on the high school or the Twin Bluff area, because there'll be a number of kids walk there too. I think we get down to 27 buses. I just might opinion.
Yeah.
And so I'm willing to, I'm going to vote one tier tonight, yay or nay, because I think we need to show our community that we've listened to them, we hear them. Last 2 years have been nothing but, wow, you know, we're going to make decisions that some people don't like, you know, and we did, we had to, you know. Last year, Pam was right. We went from high school first to 2 weeks later, flipping it back the other way around. That just created more chaos. I think if we just go to the one-tier system, that solves many of the headaches that people are talking about. So anyway, that's my take on it, and I'm willing to look for that 650,000. I think we can get a little bit of it by going to a one tier where the teachers aren't gone so much during later in the day for activities. So, but end of the day, I get what you're saying. I might even start driving bus again if it helps.
There is no way
But anyway.
Like I say, it's all in-house training, so.
What's that?
It's all in-house training. We'll get you. I guess one of the things I'd also like, you know, this district isn't, when you're looking at square miles, isn't a small district. Comparison, Hastings is 178 square miles. We are 177. And we're long. And so it's the points out that, you know, that factors into the amount of buses too. So
316, 61 route.
yeah, I'm just lucky
That's a long way.
on 316 that some of them haven't come over from the Hastings side yet. So
I don't have anything new to say about the one tier, two tier. I completely agree. Our community is asking for one tier, and that's what I wish we could do. I guess I'm torn as to how I would vote tonight, just because I understand what Terry's saying with the difficulty in making it work. However, I do think that as a board, we need to do everything we can to help our community come together and understand that we're here for them and to make it work for our families. So I guess in that sense, I'm for one tier. I would say if we can't make one tier work, I am not for switching the starting times. I think we have have done so much to our families over the last couple of years in changing things and not being consistent, and I'm not willing to do that again. I agree with the things that Anna said about elementary learning better early, some high school kids having opportunities before school and after school. I think those are all great reasons, but more importantly, I think we need to make sure we're consistent for our families. We made the decision last year, and I think we need to stick with it. Ms. Howard?
I think we could have 7 different votes. And we have to come together on something. And the sooner we are prepared to give a decision, the better off families are going to be in order to prepare for next year. When we made the decision last year to flip-flop it, it was in a knee-jerk reaction to something we weren't really aware of what was going on. Like, wait a minute, what just happened? We reversed it. We got a lot of feedback, appreciated, because we didn't understand all the things that were going on. When we look at now, like, I could sit here with Jim and say, yep, nope, I'm holding out for the 1 tier because we've got a referendum coming up. But that's not going to help the referendum if we have to still go elementary or high school. It's people are still going to be upset one way or the other. So then we all say, okay, well, we're just going to go for 1 tier. We need $650,000 and how many more drivers?
It'd be probably upwards of 12.
Right, and then some kids, there could be an option where they just don't get to school that day because we don't have a driver. And I have taught, I teach right now, obviously, but I have been there when kids don't get to school. Like, where's so-and-so? Oh, they didn't have a bus driver. What? That happens, and it happens more than I want it to and more than those families want it to. Once is too many times. So I feel like we have to make a decision that we think is going to be the best for kids. And I don't necessarily think that high school kids going to school earlier than later and elementary school, I don't think that we're going to win. I just don't think we're going to win on this. And so I go back to the economics of it. I go back to the economics of it for kids who have jobs after high school. You know, they're trying to make their own money to do the things that they need to do. And some of them might be supplementing family incomes. And I know that for a fact because I work with kids who supplement family incomes with going to McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell. I mean, they do these things after school. Walmart, we don't have Chipotle, but so like those are real things that kids have to do after school. It's not just sports. It's not just clubs. In an ideal world, I would love it if kids could go to their club in the morning and do a fun activity after school. That's not reality. Never has been. I had to work all through high school, all through college to buy my own things. And I know that's a reality for a lot of kids. So I go back to the economics of it. And I know it's hard for daycare for families. I mean, I know all of those factors. And when I said coming into the night, I didn't have a decision, but after listening to you, Terry, and everybody else, I think I'm gonna have to go back to high school kids go earlier and elementary kids go later. Just not because it's always been done that way. And I don't like switching it up, but it's been done that way for a reason. Not because it's the best for all kids, but it's just been done that way because of the economics of it for families. And I know the daycare is an issue. I get that. I had to pay daycare in the morning. So that's where my head's at right now. I'd love to sit in that pond with you, Jim, where we say, you know what? I'm going to do this for the community. That's not feasible. Yeah, it's a pond. It's a gym pond.
I think it could be feasible, but I think that we have not looked seriously enough at it. That's my view, is that I feel like we've been really dug into the 2-tier, that things like offering financial incentives for people who are carpooling. I mean, we stopped charging students to park because of COVID because we wanted to encourage them to drive. So that we weren't, having so many students on our buses, things like that.
I feel like there should be other things that we can do. I don't like choosing between two terrible options. So I will just make a motion that we go to a one-tier bus system for the coming school year.
Second.
One hesitation I have is that voting to go to a one-tier bus system without the actual contract with First Student in hand, I think is incredibly risky.
Yeah, you're right.
So I don't know if, well, you might want to stay with the motion, or perhaps there could be an amendment of some sort pending negotiations with First Student, or something. And again, I can't guarantee what that contract will look like. I mean, the price might not be $650,000, maybe it's only $400,000, or maybe it's $1.3 million. Just a reminder that $650,000 is about 7 classroom teachers.
Question.
So,
How long would it take to come up with a cost?
Nikki, I'll let you answer that one.
I can start the conversations. I'll let you know that I am currently working with First Student in a different district, and it's been about 3 weeks of negotiations back and forth.
When do we need to make a decision by?
Well, one of the things too is I've got to add additional buses if it goes one tier.
I understand.
And
Well, we're gonna also do the opt-in or opt-out.
Yeah.
That may or may not have an impact on the number of buses you need.
Nikki, when would we find out about an opt-in or opt-out?
So are you talking full school district or just high school? Both? So in other districts, we have people do busing, like opt into busing by like July 1st, kind of midsummer, so that we have time to fully route them. But that also would mean we wouldn't know how many buses we would need until July 1st and after.
So, for financial question, then, you broke it out by per bus, per day. Where is it at here? Cost bus, per bus per day, and we're estimating that it's 27 buses to do a one tier. Whoever put this together, did you put this together, Terry?
No, Cecil put it together for you.
And Nikki and Sarah from CC.
Nikki, okay, thank you. So we could at least negotiate a cost per bus.
Yes, and that's what we would do. Yep. We would negotiate a cost per bus. That's how our contracts go.
How long would that take to come up with? Or is this it?
It can
It,
take a couple.
it would be here, Nikki, you want me to answer? Because it would probably take the 3 weeks, and then I'm not even sure how we'd do it because we take in the consideration of how many buses are being utilized in a negotiation and a pricing.
So could your pricing be 25, 26, or 27 buses?
So when we would for a contract,
Yeah, typically they wouldn't, I can't answer. I can find out.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
we also find out that, we have 8 through 12, we got 75% of our 9 through 12 graders are driving in. And we all thought there's only 50%. I mean, that's hundreds of kids. So I'm just trying to.
Yeah, there's something that they could probably come up with, but I can find out that I could.
I'll get back to the other question, when do we need to make a decision like this by? I mean, he brings up a good point about the financial part. And I like the one-tier system, you know that. So if
How would you feel if I changed it to negotiate a one-tier system? And that way we would have firmer numbers before making.
Yeah, I'll agree to that amendment. Or we just table it for 4 weeks and bring it back, come back. and have this discussion all again.
At 9 o'clock at night. Can we, I know it wouldn't be as official as an opt-in by July 1st, but could we do a survey to our families to say how many of you would take advantage of opting in versus opting out? Like, is there a way that we could get some type of preliminary or ask families, like, how many of you utilize the bus? How many of you, you know, what potential are we looking at? Because my very, like, you know, rough estimate of pulling into the elementary school parking lot these days at 2:45 is that there are a whole lot of parents who are picking up their kids. But, you know, that's a very anecdotal number. It's not, you know.
The history that I've experienced with the parents around here with, you know, the opting in or opting out, many of them are going to keep the idea that they want to keep transportation just in case they can't get their child to school themselves that day. And they will utilize that. You know, I got some buses that, you know, say I'm supposed to have you know, that there's always an overage and we're supposed to have 105 kids, but there might only be 45, but you know, we talk to these parents and, you know, so that we can try to get it figured out what it actually is. And pretty much what they tell us is, I just want to make sure that I have a bus available in case I can't get my kid to or from school that day. That's just been my experience with it, because we do try to find ways to reduce, you know, the amount of people who are rostered onto a bus in order to try to manipulate, you know. Nikki and I and Sarah have tried to work, you know, where we can reduce buses. And that's what happens is they tell us, I want it, so that if I can't do it, or if there's weather or there's something else, that they've got that available to them.
So, like, I might say like, oh yeah, I just want to have that bus available. But if I know, like, I'm going to get a financial incentive that'll help pay for my kid's gas to drive herself to school, like, okay, fine, take me off the list. We'll figure it out. Jackie, Curtis. Sorry, I gotta come off to make sure that Al picks me up. It's okay.
The voice of reason.
I don't know about that. We could not provide a gift or an incentive to parents with public funds. It would be against public purpose rules.
Okay.
Well, then I'd be like, well, what about, I've been driving my kids to school for this whole time, so what incentive do I get for not, you know?
The charter schools can provide you reimbursement for mileage. So it's an actual, they're reimbursing you an actual expense. I would have to look up if that's available for public schools, but that is the charter school law, is instead of providing a busing system, they can reimburse parents for actual mileage.
Not in what I got, which was old charter school language. But
yeah.
I know that's not public, so.
Yeah.
The other thing is probably how you ask on the survey for opting in and opting out. You know, I don't know how you do it, but I'm just throwing something out here, thinking in my head here. We're looking at busing service from a 1 versus a 2-tier system. Would you opt out on a 1-tier system so we can get to a 1-tier system, or somehow, you know what I'm saying?
I agree, Jim. We've had many families reach out and say, what can we do to make this happen? How can we help make this happen?
Talk to your neighbors and carpool. Take 3 or 4 kids with you. Let's freeze up. So maybe instead of, you know, the incentive, maybe we should just look at doing this down the road. And then we'll hear, maybe with this dialogue, we'll get some parents talking, well, I'll sign up for that. I'll do that. And it gives Terry and Nikki and Sarah time to crunch some numbers and give us something more than maybes and mights and couldies, starting 650,000 or 800,000.
So our amended motion is to negotiate a 1-tier system so that we have more.
Okay. But we're not, you want to make a motion, maybe you want to negotiate a 1 versus a 2-tier system. Maybe. That's really what.
Well.
Oh, no, we have a
we already
two-tier.
You already have the two-tier, and you're locked in for 2 more years at that price.
Oh,
With the current agreement, you guys are locked in with the
If you want,
current.
if you want to do it as a motion, let's do it and find out, bring it back in 4 weeks.
Can we do that? Can we negotiate that?
Oh, you're good.
Negotiate a contract for this coming year.
For,
But we already have one locked in at a price for 2 years, right? And so we're just supposed to shell more money out at a situation that we don't even know if we're gonna get buses to get to these, and then expect everybody in this circle to accommodate to that, instead of just this one small group. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Just wondering.
What's my group?
I don't think it is a small group.
It's the same group that is the only group that complains. Because you still don't hear about from anybody else. It's still the same group. And yes, I do understand, but you have to, everything I keep hearing is like, it's not gonna work for, like, you have to, if you wanna keep students safe on a bus, we need to be able to provide the adults for the students to stay safe on that bus. That's what I'm trying to get at. And I keep hearing him saying, we can't. Even, it's hard to do it even now, right?
Well, the way it is right now, I'm good because I'm fully staffed.
But if we were to move to that, it would be difficult if we were
It
to
would
move to one.
be extremely difficult.
Extremely difficult. That's what I hear. I hear safety. That's what I hear. Only involves students and a motor vehicle. That's what I hear.
Since you brought it up, I did look into the last year, 1920 school year. The violations that we had up till February 22nd of 1920 was 475. This year, up until February 22nd, it was 245, and that included mask violations, which wouldn't have been included in the 1920 school year.
What's your hypothesis?
The hypothesis, and here is this is what I get. This is the phone calls I receive, is I do not want my kindergartner riding with the high schoolers because of everything that goes on. That, it's just different. Having all grades on the bus at the same time, I'm just, since you asked, I'm answering.
Yes.
These are the phone calls that we receive. Because when something goes wrong and, we try to separate the elementary from the high school, but as it goes along, the kids gravitate and move, and the littler kids and just what they're exposed to. That's what the parents have said to us. Thank you for asking.
Thank you for telling us, yes. Those are and that's what I was, when my little hands up. Those are the things that we have to, we still have to take into consideration. We could wait another 6 weeks.
4 or 6, yeah. Well,
We could wait another 4 to 6 weeks. We could, but then we're gonna have to still deal with all of the things that will happen if we get that.
Hustle and bustle though, in the meantime, to 6 weeks, how long does it take to prepare for things? Negotiations, Nikki, you just said you were already 3 weeks into it and you've already started that. We haven't even gone into that. So that's another 3 weeks out. There's just not enough feasible time to do everything that we want when we already have a contract, is what I'm saying, that we're locked in. I don't know. I don't even know.
When I gotta go back to the whole, we don't have a bus driver for you, you have to stay home. That's gonna be, if we're worried about starting times and having kids coming in late versus early, now we're gonna say, well, they're not coming to school at all today, and so my 6-year-old has got, what am I supposed to do as a parent of my 6-year-old if we don't have a bus coming for them? All day. I don't wanna put any parent through that.
Like, yes. The six, we could get that deal that we could possibly pull off for 300,000 to 600,000, 500,000 to 600,000. We could get that, but that still means we have all of these other things that we have to work through. And we may not get good answers, but we work so hard to get to the 1 tier. Do we just throw all caution to the wind and say, yeah, well, we're gonna do it so every kid can get to school at 8? Or do we give people a chance to prepare for a divided decision, a 4-3 decision? I was on your train of thought, Jim, driving in here, like, we just gotta do 1 year. We just gotta spend the money. But once again, Terry, you brought me back to reality. It's not your fault.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I honestly, I feel really bad sitting here because I know what you guys want, and I, you know, maybe all of a sudden I'll try to find a wand and do it all, but like I said, I really want to provide you, and whatever you guys decide, you know, I'll work through it and do my best and do what, but I can usually guarantee a lot of things. I mean, Carson's probably, and Arlen especially, this is probably the most honest I've been the whole time, and Pam.
What is the workshop?
Oh, well, no. I try to put a positive spin on everything, and I try to, but I'm with this, I'm a realist, and I just, you know, I just know what I'm seeing it. I hear it across the country. I hear it in our company meetings, and I just feel fortunate to be where I'm at.
What is the motion? Motion is to get a negotiated price for 1 tier. I'd still like to have that number before I make a final decision. I get what everybody's saying, but let's be realistic. If it's so outrageously high, we know what the answer is. We just tell the people. But I still don't want the other one, the likely increase. We don't know what that increase is, so.
Here, yeah, it's, you see what it is we will have to factor in current gas prices. We'll have to factor in, you know, if we're running short, do I have to bring drivers in? Do I have to pay them from other places? And that's, you know, there's a lot of factoring into it.
We still want to know the number at the end of the day before we decide.
So it's 650,000 for 27 buses.
Well, it would be for the extra buses.
Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, I have no clue. These numbers get ran by corporate people out of Cincinnati, and you know, I can't say where it's even gonna land.
Before I vote, I guess I'd rather know what the numbers are, so then we can say for sure if it's a good idea or not a good idea.
Yeah. Carson, when you were discussing it with the admin team, did you guys go over all of these same things we're talking about? And the recommendation came to us this way? Or were there things that weren't discussed with the admin team that we brought tonight that need more fruitful time?
We spent most of our time talking about which tier would go first. So the discussion about 1 tier or 2 tier, I'm assuming that all administrators, just like all board members, would love to see that happen if we could make it happen. So that was kind of the operating assumption.
Yep.
I also get the distinct feeling that they don't want to cut an additional $650,000 over and above whatever we need to reduce for next year.
Because they're already like listening to us on the call going, what? We could lose 3 teachers, I could lose 6 paras, I could what?
Or whatever it might be, right? So that's their feeling on that.
Thank you for telling us that.
Yeah, there was a consensus that we'd want secondary students to go first. If I pulled each one separately, I don't think that they would unanimously feel that way. But that was kind of the consensus of the group.
The recommendation.
Mhm. Yeah, the first tier, or if we have a two-tier system, which ones go, that's a tough one, because like Ms. Rowe said, it's yet another big change, and I get that. But this year, we've heard repeatedly from people as far as the impact on, students missing school in the afternoons to do activities, as well as some work arrangements.
Ms. Tower, do you have your hand raised still, or again? Okay, Mr. Dukes.
Yeah, once again, I can't support the motion. We gotta have we have to have trained professionals, qualified professionals, get our kids to school. And it's not only buses. We haven't even addressed, looking at our report, how many teaching positions we can't fill on a given day. How many paraprofessional positions we can't fill on a given day. We don't have a statistic on the courts, but I see there's at least 2 open positions. The bottom line is, it's not only transportation that's having a hard time finding enough help to get things done. But I do know the transportation industry in general, and I know that's an issue. But we're gonna go through the whole here of how we're gonna get enough qualified people to be paraprofessionals and teachers in our district. We may be hurting really bad trying to fill our positions even on a full-time basis. I'm being realist, and people are complaining about having to send their kids to school too early and they can't do it because Kids Junction, they don't want to go there or whatever. That's one thing, but what are you going to hear from them when they find out I have to stay home from work because my child can't be picked up by the bus because I don't have enough bus drivers? I'm not ready to go into that. We got what seems to be working in our district to have at least bus drivers get our kids to and from school. And at this time, I have to stay behind it, and I will.
I agree with you.
The motion is just to see what the cost is. That's what the motion is, right?
Yes, to negotiate the one-tier system.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
All
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that fails. Ready for the numbers? Okay.
I'm gonna move to continue with the 2-tier transportation system for the 22-23 school year.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue with the 2-tier system for 22-23 by Ms. Rowe, second by Ms. Buck. Any further discussion?
Question, that's just that we're gonna have a 2-tier system. It's not which way it's gonna go. Is that what the motion is? Just clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
4-3. Okay.
Do we want to duke it out?
No. I think they've been waiting this
49.51%.
long. They've been waiting this long to hear what our vote is. I make a motion for high school to go first.
I second it.
So this is option 1.
Option 1.
Wait for divided intervention.
I know, right?
Okay, so we have a motion to go with option 1 with secondary school starting before elementary. Made by Ms. Tower, second by Ms. Buck. Any further discussion? Mr. Bryant?
I agree with Pam on too much of another change back and forth. We did this last year, we'd go back and do it again, so I just couldn't support it. Even though I wish the high school, the secondary could start earlier, I'm just gonna support not changing it this year.
Any other discussion?
The motion is.
The motion is to go with option 1, which is Sunnyside and Burnside starting 9:15, 9 o'clock respectively. Twin Bluff and Red Bank High School starting at 7:40 a.m.
If I could add that, we'd like some flexibility with starting the new times. I'm hopeful that CISO could tighten some of those times, so we aren't starting as earlier and as late. But if we could at least decide which tier goes first.
Sure.
And this was recommended by the administrative team. This option.
Oh, the secondary going before elementary.
Yeah, this was the admin teacher.
Yeah, not the time so much to speak, right?
Right, just that they go first.
Right, yeah, the times are examples, and it might end up this way, or might want to shift it, or, hopefully tighten it.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Yes,
Nikki and I voted yes.
Okay.
and then everybody else will know, right?
I'm gonna pull, I don't know, vote the opposite way this time.
Well, I'm gonna move to transport, elementary first, then secondary.
Option 2,
Yeah.
second?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion for option 2, which has elementary going first in the day and middle school, high school going second. Motion made by Ms. Rowe, second by Ms. Tift. Any further discussion?
This is what we're currently doing.
Yes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that passes 5-2.
I'd rather have done it another way, but I don't want to have too much more confusion.
I agree. I mean,
Okay, with all of that fun accomplished,
thank you.
Hey, can I have a piece of
No,
good news?
you can't be sorry.
Food service already has a plan for distance learning.
fabulous,
Wow.
you're amazing.
Now they have to work out the details, and so, Jess will share those details with George, we'll send it to everyone.
Thank you.
Wanted to share that good
Very
news.
good. Let you go.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for holding in there.
I'm sorry, I have to be fair.
No, for the last 2 years, I felt like a downer, so I've always,
Welcome to the club.
yeah, so.
We share it with you.
But,
Thanks, Larry.
but I just want to let you guys know, I am going to try to get as many drivers as I possibly can, and then, what the future brings.
We know you do. We know you're
we'll-
doing your best. So
Thank you. Nice actually seeing all you guys again.
Well, it's actually seeing our smile, right?
Oh, yes. Always want to see you smile.
There you go.
Right.
We don't have to stop.
And to tighten them up as much as possible.
I hope that's the last vote I have on this.
Oh, don't count
All
your
in
chicken.
favor of our
Otherwise,
being
it'll be for discussion
delusional?
again.
All right. Okay, so very quickly, upcoming meetings and future topics. It is listed out. I have added a few things, like for the April 4th workshop, to add talking about personnel. For the April 4th meeting, we will be voting on that policy 608, which has changes in terms of which students are at which grade levels are at schools, and LED lighting as a vote for April 4th potentially. And also at our workshop on April 4th, we have Terry Morrow joining us from MSBA. Please reach out, let me know if there are other topics that you would like to add in, and I will.
We should have finance that meeting too.
Yes, yep.
Gonna be busy. I'm not looking at it, but do we have the consultant or that was supposed to be a topic. We were supposed to learn more about.
Conflict of interest and open meeting
No,
law.
the
No.
consultant, the educational consultant.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Is that on there?
It is not currently.
Right, I
Just an
didn't think
update?
I saw it.
Just an update.
Yeah, just like what are we looking at?
Sure.
Okay. Got it. Okay. With all of that, I think I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Just wait 2 minutes. Second, wait 2 minutes. Another minute, we can go to 10 o'clock.
It's gonna take us that long to vote.
Seconded that.
Changing it back and forth.
Second.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, motion to adjourn by Ms. Tower, second by Ms. Tift. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Hey,
opposed,
we're
nay.
ahead of us.
Woo! All right, good deal. Have a good night. We are adjourned at 9:59. That's what it says on my clock, and that's what I'm sticking with. Oh.
Thinking about those COVID meetings.
Oh, I watched these.
I tried to. I didn't laugh at those.
I watched
It's not laugh at all.
them.